Okay. Hello, everybody. This is a little bit of a strange setup because normally I don't show myself on camera like this, but I figured I was on camera for the actual video, so I would be on camera here. It's new year, new me. Let's just try some stuff out, see what happens. Personally, I kind of hate being on camera, and I hate streams where people are on camera, but what can you do? It's not really about me and what I like, it's about what you guys like. So, if it turns out you guys also don't like me being on camera, that'll be gone for the next video. But for right now, it's here. Let's go ahead and get into it. You guys are looking at my beautiful background right now. Um, Unfortunately, you do see the devil right over here. I do still have League of Legends installed for whatever reason. I guess I'm just not that big a fan of my mental health. Um, if you, for whatever reason, don't know what's going on right now, basically, we are going to look into a game called Primal that I just talked about today. That's essentially a revisit of the Naruto CCG concept idea. The Naruto CCG is my favorite card game of all time ever. It's not even close. So the fact that it's being remade as a new project is very exciting. I guess before we get into a proper, actually, I just woke up. If you guys couldn't tell, I am known for my bedhead, and today it actually legitimately is bedhead. So let's actually, while we're waiting for everything to really get going here, let's go ahead and head here. I really want to see what you guys had to say about that video. So give me 1 second here. Because I'm going to get all the background Kudo-kun stuff. Look at my, you can take a quick gander at all of my watch later stuff and all that. So, alright, let's go ahead and check it out. Sure, there had to be a cleaner way to get here, but that's okay. Alright. Let's see what you guys had to say. I want to make sure that my stuff is set up here. I've actually got a second screen right here, just in case you guys didn't know. That is not a guarantee that I'm actually going to read any of my chat, but I mean, I have a better chance at it now. So first of all, 100 views already. Thank you guys so much. That means a lot. I remember back in the day, it was actually, what, 3 or 4 days before I actually got 100 views on a video, but we're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence with the Naruto stuff, that people are actually coming and checking it out on the day that's released. Huge shout out to you guys. Thank you for that. Hello, lead game designer for Primal here. Alright, let's see here. To get ahead of it, I've come in really late into the design process, but I've designed the fan set 31 for Naruto CCG and the fan set Tournament Pack 5. That's super cool. For those who don't know what the tournament packs are, they're basically these super, like, cute chibi versions of really popular cards from the set. So, really cool that you're designing more of those. Love that you did a review of our game, and I love the feedback. We'll certainly take this into consideration moving forward. Okay, great. Thank you. I think a lot of the criticisms I had are things that can't realistically be changed. Things like the designs of the cards and stuff. So I knew that a lot of the stuff that I had to say probably wasn't going to get changed necessarily, but I just wanted to give my thoughts on. Thank you for making this awesome video. We really appreciate it. No problem at all. You need somebody to come and nitpick your stuff? I'm your guy. That's what I do. The different color borders are my favorite. Okay, cool. There will be alternative border arts in the set for cards with 2 types. Okay, good. I actually think this is really nice to hear. I don't know who this person is, if they're like an official source or whatever, but if this is like an official thing and they know this for sure, that's really cool. I think that's how it should be. Magic the Gathering did the same thing. You had your colored cards, but then you also had cards with like a sort of like yellowish texture to show that they were multicolored cards. So if they're gonna do the same thing, I'm on board. I think it's really sick. I love the game. Wait, I also love the big type attribute elements. Okay, cool. So we kind of just disagree on this. Personally, I'm gonna stand firm by my decision that the big emblems are not the best design-wise. I think they're a little bit too big. And again, I think some of them just look better than others. I would prefer a more uniform look between them all, but, you know, to each their own. They look really good in my opinion. Dragon Ked is arguably the best deck currently, even without super rare cards. Okay, that's fair enough too. I'm really happy to hear that Dragon Ked is still a really good set. I will still say that it's a little bit silly to have one archetype that just doesn't have any super rares. Now that I know that they're the best deck, according to this person, I wish that maybe just a couple of them would have been moved up to super rares. Again, it's too late in the design process to actually make that change realistically, but I just think going forward, it's important to show if something is good, which apparently it is. Apparently, according to this guy here, it is really good. Maybe that can be demonstrated a little bit better by the inclusion of super rares. Game currently ends around turn 6 or 8. Okay. From what I saw, the game didn't look like it would end this early. This actually looks like a game that would normally end around turns like 11, maybe 12. I'm not saying it looks like a super long game, but I'm a little shocked to hear that there are games ending on turn 6 based on what I've already seen. Unfortunately, I'm not going into the cards completely new. I do have a little bit of knowledge as to what some of the cards do, and there's way more control within the first set of Primal than I've seen in a lot of other sets in Naruto, so we'll see what happens, I guess. Hopefully we see some 7 and 8 drops. Yes! Okay, big, beefy boys. Okay, boss monsters. That's what I want to see, some boss monsters. Game soon as like a final finisher. Yes. Lack of Plagueis cards shown or talked about in this video disgusts me. So I'm gonna be totally real with you here. I really just gathered like the first few cards that I saw, and I reused cards a lot. And there just wasn't much in Plagueis that I really needed to talk about. And honestly, to be real, I didn't talk that much about any of the archetypes, really. I think I talked a little bit about the pirates, specifically because the pirates are the ones that I went and gathered cards for first. Because, I mean, obviously, come on. Come on, how can you... I am still Kudo-kun here. Just because I've been gone for a little while doesn't mean I all of a sudden just stopped liking the anime titty. So I went and I gathered a bunch of cards from that. Another thing that really interested me about the pirates, I'm not walking back the titty thing, but there is a second thing. I did see that they played a lot around Essence, and they've actually got a lot of cards within their set that take cards from the opponent. And if anybody followed me during my MLP days, you know that like one of my favorite mechanic in any card game ever is the ability to literally steal cards from your opponent's deck. I think that's sick. Didn't catch the copy paste art on the 2 cards. That's pretty funny. Overall, great video with some great nits to pick. Thank you. I appreciate that. We disagreed on a lot of stuff, but overall we were very civil, and that is the sign of a good community. A UX UI person on the team would help this project so much. Yeah. They literally just stole Naruto. That's not fair. Naruto's dead. Like, if there are fan projects out there going back and giving the game a little bit of love, that doesn't change the fact that as an official released game, it's dead. So if a game can come out and officially release and actually continue the Naruto name, I think that's awesome. I really don't consider it stealing, especially since they have made some pretty significant changes from the Naruto game. Oh, you have a comment. You scared of a blue element, or you think Naruto and this solved it? I'm not sure. I mean, if you're talking about like water in Naruto, I mean water's my favorite. And then of course you've got like the super hot pirate ladies in this, so I really don't really don't think I have any reason to look at anything besides water, but we'll see. 11:45. They had different art now. What did I say here? Oh, okay. This is the all right. So, just to get this out of the way for anybody who watched the video but doesn't know anything about the game itself, the official Captain Kane artwork doesn't look like this. This is the Captain Kane artwork for the promo cards. And these are the cards that I was sent. Give me a second here. I still have them on my desk. All right. So basically, these are like promo cards that they released for the Kickstarter, I think. And within these promo cards, they released a promo Captain Kane, and the Captain Kane in the promo has the art from Scourge of the Sea, which I thought was super funny. Like I still think this is such a huge blunder on your on the part of the game designers. Like why did this happen? Why would you let this happen? But anyways, regardless, okay, we're letting it go. Okay, breathe in, breathe out. All is forgiven. He's back. His back. My back. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to actually dox your entire profile right there. I apologize. Me back. Yep. I've got a little bit of time now. In fact, I'm all ready just to show that I haven't been doing absolutely nothing. I have Naruto 10 completely set up here, ready to go. I just need to get around to recording it. Something that a lot of people don't realize is even though the videos that are released for the Naruto CCG are like an hour long, they take 6, 7, sometimes 8 hours to actually sit down and make due to all the editing, researching, that kind of stuff. So it takes a little bit of time, but I do have everything ready for Naruto 10. That should be up later this week. And Naruto 11, I am slowly working through it. I've got the jutsus that I want to talk about here right now, but that's about it. All right. What on earth happened to your bank account? Life. Adult life happened to my bank account. Naruto. Is it Sasuke? Nope, believe it. Alright. Fair enough. I would have taken that chance to say here. I'll do it right now. Sasuke. That's the only appropriate response to that comment. I was chatting about Blue and Magic the Gathering comparison. Okay. So like a control style thing. I really don't know if control can work quite the same way in Magic the Gathering as it can in Naruto. Unless you're alluding to the fact that there's a lot more blue control elements here, which I'm very excited to see. Naruto has been done for 10 years, and it's hard to say it's ripped off when the creator even sells it as a revival of the gameplay. Exactly. We need to be a little bit nicer to these people. It was really cool of them to actually take the time to go and revive the game. So, show them some love. I know I've heard a little bit of complaining about the artwork. I've heard some complaining about some of the aspects of the game. I totally get all of it, trust me. When you've fallen in love with something as beautiful and as the Naruto CCG, it's really hard to accept huge changes that come to the game. But I think any step is a step in the right direction when it comes to bringing back the mechanics of the game. Because at the end of the day, the mechanics are really the thing that sell the Naruto CCG. It's the reason that Naruto is able to live 28 sets when a game like Dragon Ball Z is able to live like 9. So... anyways, none of that's why we're here today. I am very happy that some of you have probably been patient enough to wait this 15 minutes or so for me to actually get into what we're going to be doing. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm actually going to open up 2 of these primal things. We're going to put them side by side. We're going to have them both set on card search. Okay. All right, so when I'm getting into a new game, I think the best way to start my search is to first go to super rare and characters. And we'll go ahead and just look at all of the super rares of the game and then see how things go from there. Hello, hello. Hey! That's my boys right there. Primal are actually here. Nice. Well, I certainly hope I don't say anything too mean now. All right. So again, for anybody who watched the video but didn't know about the Captain Kane promo art stuff, Captain Kane actually does have some really sick artwork when it comes to the actual game itself. I was just poking fun at the reuse of it for the promo thing because that was really funny. All right, so let's go ahead and read Captain Kane here. Attacker strategy. If you control two other pirate characters, you can move an ability from your discard pile or essence to your hand. This card is considered a Kane pirate. Now, see, this is... I find this really fascinating, right? Because the effects text here... The effect text here could have easily been up here, right? And this goes back to my previous thing where I still think as a design decision, it would have been nice to just have Kane Pirate be a characteristic given to some of the characters so it could stay out of their name. Because it stay out of his name, and Captain Kane, this looks sick. This looks really nice here, okay? Very recognizable, clean. But the fact that he needs effect text to call himself a Kane Pirate is, But anyways, regardless, you can also give your opponent one battle reward to give one damage to any character on the field. That sounds really abusable. I would be very shocked to hear that this wasn't like in a top 3 deck, because this sounds like something that somebody would abuse to make a really killer deck. In fact, that's probably what we're gonna do. So if you control two other Kane Pirate characters, so I haven't actually seen Kane Pirates. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Kane Pirate. We're actually going to go through a lot of the Kane Pirates, actually read their effect, and see exactly how good the Kane Pirates themselves are. Alrighty. Turn 4, at the end of the turn, remove the game. What? Okay. These characters. Okay, so another suggestion for the site, you guys, I highly recommend maybe fixing some of these characters' abilities, because I'm noticing that in some cases, the abilities are in the wrong order. So maybe, I don't know, take a look. I'm gonna just read it from the card. I'm gonna completely ignore this effect text. When this character is put in play, you may put in play a Kane Pirate character from your essence. Fair enough. At the end of the turn, remove from the game the character that was put in play due to this effect. Okay. So, from what I'm seeing here, the goal of this is probably to put in play a Kane Pirate with Transform, and then transform it to get more use out of it. Which is fine. I haven't seen any Kane Pirates with Transform, but in order to get full effective use out of this, we need to go through and find a Kane Pirate that has Transform. We got 3rd place in our starter deck tabletop simulator tournament. Nice. Okay. Yep. That's what I would expect for sure. Claudio is here. Hi. Question: how would you compare the energy system of Primal to other TCGs? I feel like it's kind of a charge energy system and is kind of good. I really don't know yet. Again, this is something that we're going to be researching here as we're going through. I've got a fresh little cup of coffee here. So we're probably been going for at least a couple of hours here, and we will see just how good everything is. If you think giving a reward is scary, wait until there's cards, depending on how many battle rewards are about. No, I don't know. I actually think that this effect is extremely good. I think there are ways that you can abuse the fact that you're giving away battle rewards, but we'll see. So anyways, in order for this card to reach full effect, we need to see if we can find a Kane Pirate with Transform. So let's keep looking. Alrighty, Argelia. Actually, of all of the artwork for the Kane Pirates that I've seen so far, this is my favorite artwork. I've also already read that she is a female boosting deck, and I loved playing a female deck in Naruto, so let's see what she does here. While this character is on the field, you can remove this character from the game to put in play a pirate leader with a different name for him. Oh, okay. So she special summons Captain Kane is what I'm getting from this. Nice. So I would say from what I've seen right now, that makes her a must play, right? You have to play two of her to go into a Captain Kane, because you get Captain Kane one turn earlier without having to pay his hand cost. Although, I don't. That's a toughie. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know. And I'll tell you why. Because you're only getting Captain Kane one turn earlier. If Captain Kane was a turn 6, I think this would be a little bit better. And two, you're giving up a summon for it, right? Like you can, because you really want that 3 support. 3 support's good. Good OU dog. We know why you like her. Okay, you can't really get on my case for liking her because of how hot she is. She is hot, okay? Definitely waifu material. She is very, very, very hot. But um I mean, if you've seen like Kimiko, I mean, if I were just gonna go based on looks alone, that's definitely the direction I'd be leaning towards. So I'm liking this for the most part. So I don't know if this is a 2 of, maybe a 1 of. If you can pull it off, it seems fine. But I don't know if you'd want to put something in your deck that has like this 3 support and then give it up for. Hey, he's got 3 support too. I don't know. Maybe a 2 of. Alright. Kane Pirate Chad. Of course, his name's got to be Chad, and I see the word female right here. Let's see what he does. When this character is put in play, if you have another Kane Pirate in play, you may search for a female Kane Pirate. Nice. In your deck and move it to your hand. Otherwise, draw one card. Okay, I really like effect compensation here. So if you happen to not be playing a deck that revolves around female Kane Pirates, you still get something off of its effect. That's really nice. Naruto didn't do that often enough. Naruto was very strict about getting specific effects off with each of your characters. So the only female pirate we've seen so far, and I know there's lots, but the only one we've looked at officially is the Queen of Pirate herself. So pretty good to get her into your hand, I guess. It's very consistent. Suzuku. This character's put in play. Draw one card. Very nice. 3 support. Oh. Hello. That's very interesting. He completely changes character type when he's in injured status. He goes from being a support ninja to an offensive ninja. That's interesting. I don't know if Naruto ever really did that, where you had a ninja that was primarily good at being combat switch to support, or being really good at support switch to combat when they were in injured status. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any that did that. That's really cool. So when this character's put in play, draw one card. If this character blocks in a team with Captain Kane, draw one card. Good old Sugar Daddy Kane. All right, so I like it. Definitely 2 of in a deck, I think, if you're going to be building around Captain Kane. There's more to some card than cheesecake. If she had use, then it's worth the spicy view. Yeah, for sure. Kane Pirate Brock. He looks like. Is it just me? Am I imagining it? Does he look like Gilgamesh a little bit? If you're a Fate Stay Night fan, or I guess Fate Zero. Sorry, not Fate Stay Night. Fate Zero. Before somebody gets on my case about it. Okay. Valid, pay 2. This character gets +3, +1. Turn 3, pump to an 8 combat. It's pretty good. For 2. I mean, it's not 2 colorless, it's 2 C, so it's a specific cost. That's very balanced. If this character is sent to battle with another King Pirate, heal any one of your characters. Okay. So he pays 2, gets +3, steps over, and then when he damages himself, he can heal himself again with his own effect to then re-damage himself. But that's kind of neat. I don't know if I necessarily like him enough to use him. I don't think he's that good. I might eat my words here a little bit because he does have a pump effect, right? Very similar to something like Cop Naruto. The problem is, um, the cost of 2 essence seems high because in the Naruto card game, at around sets 21 to 24, which I compared the power of the Primal cards to, you can normally pay 1 chakra for 3 combat. Um, Around there, right? Because I think you had things like Orochimaru's Snake Sword, which is like pay 1 for like 5/5. And then less specific ones, you can normally get away with paying 1 for like 3 extra, or at the very least, paying 2 chakra for 4 extra power. So I don't know if I like paying 2 for 3 and then having to make himself heal and then do it again. I'm not a fan of that one. Cat's in the backgrounds. Give it up for Cat. Cat, stop being lonely. I'm doing a thing. Kane Pirate Hari. She's also kind of waifu material. Not as good as Argelia, but she's also kind of cool. With this character, oh no, okay, no, we're okay. When this character blocks, you can move a card from the top of your opponent's deck to your essence. That's what I'm talking about. See, steal a card from the top of your opponent's deck, put it in your essence area. I can imagine no better way to salt your opponent than something like this. If this card was searched from the effect of a Kane Pirate, you can put it in play. Oh, let's see what you guys did there. Very clever. Okay. So, what we have here, her stats are really bad, but her effect is extremely good, which is something that Naruto cards were really, really well known for. So, the idea is you Chad into Hari, because Chad searches Hari and then Hari comes into play. That way you get both of them played at once. This is a vanilla 02. Mimi. Okay, so I'm guessing the ideal play for Kane Pirate opening is you play Mimi as your turn 0, and then as your turn 1, you Chad and then Chad into Hari. And what that does for you is it gives you a team with all 3 of these characters right here. That swings for 7 power. It's very respectable. It's pretty good. That's a very specific draw though. I don't know if I don't know if I personally like that opening that much. Probably not enough to actually play this full combo, but I do really love Hari's effect, so I would probably try to capitalize on that. Um, yeah, I would definitely try and throw in Hari. I think Hari's a must-have if you're going to be running a deck like this, because you probably want to use that essence for something. Although we haven't run into anything to use the essence for yet outside of its effect, so let's keep going. Odessa, Misfortune, as I lovingly called her in my video. I mean, it's uncanny. It's uncanny. Move this character, move this character to your essence. In that case, give 1 damage to one of your opponent's standby characters with a turn cost of 1 or less. Interesting. So, her effect charges herself to the essence area, the chakra area for Naruto nerds out there. And you give 1 damage to a low rank character. I like that. That's really good. And she's a turn 0. I think this might be one of the cards that I run 3 of. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't, because you can Odessa, and then you can get rid of her for her effect, and then later in the game, if you happen to draw her and it's turns like 6, 7, 8, 9, you can drop her again and then just immediately buff her out for her effect if your opponent still has any low count ninja in play. Nice. Okay. I like it. Definitely something I would run. Kane Pirate Small Fry. Seems like a bit of a throwaway card. It's a shame because I really like his artwork. It's a really cool looking card. Cat. Hush. Shh. You're embarrassing yourself right now. 2-1-1-1. Oh, hey, this is my boy Shigure. This is a Shigure card. It's a 2-1 0 water drop. Nice. That brings back good memories. Although I think he's stronger than Shigure, because if I remember correctly, Shigure is 0-0 when he's in injured status. Okay. Bit of a throwaway card. I wouldn't use him, obviously. Probably just there to fill space. But, gotta have some. It's filler. Kane, Pirate, and Leona. Leona's that was pretty cute, too. Heal one pirate character during the strategy phase. That doesn't cost anything. That doesn't cost anything. That's free healing every turn for a pirate character. At the end of the turn, if any pirate character was healed, you can draw one card. Okay. Heal, draw. So my thing is, would you get anything off of attacking? So if there are Kane pirates, or pirates in general, I guess, since their effect just says pirate, it doesn't say Kane pirate, if there's something that you can get off of attacking, then I think this is a fairly decent strategy, because the idea is you attack and then you play something like the card that hurts standby ninjas in Naruto, or something like Kidomaru's effect would be really good with this, because you can attack and then even if you're weaker, you get the effect off, you heal back up, and you draw one card off of it. From what I've seen, I really don't know if I'd want to go so heavy into pirates that I'd really get a lot of use out of this effect, but I can see where it'd be a really good card. I also think it's funny that so many of these pirates have medical. I think that's like the third card I've run into that's medical and also... Oh no, it looks like it's only second. Okay. I'm imagining things. There are 2 medical pirates, but that's still pretty interesting. Alright, last one here, Belladonna. If this character is sent out to battle with a female character, more female stuff, very nice. Any character in the team can use ability cards with a reduced cost of 1. That's interesting because that does not say female characters can use ability cards with a reduced cost of 1. It says any character specifically. So that means that if you pair her up with just one more female ninja, like if you have Belladonna plus Hari, I'm thinking, right? Then whoever your third character is can use reduced cost ability cards. I haven't seen the ability cards to know that they're necessarily good enough to get something off of this, but we'll have to keep that in mind for later. It's going to be important, I think. Okay, so I've seen all the Kane pirates now. I think this is extremely well designed for an archetype. I could definitely see maybe running Captain Kane. And then if I were forced to pick, I'd probably run 1 to 2 Argelia. I'd run... I want to say I would run the Chad, Mimi, Hari trifecta here as an early game starter. And then maybe run Belladonna. I think that's the play here. Oh no, Suzuki. Suzuki's important too. Okay, so I think of all of the pirates here, I would run a lineup of 2 Chad, 2 Hari, 3 Odessa, 1 Belladonna, and 2 Mimi. And I think that's a pretty interesting core to start with. And then 2 Suzuki, if I didn't say that already. I don't think the other pirates are worth running from what I've seen so far, but we'll see. Alright, anything else specific here? No. Alright, so that's Captain Kane out of the way. Let's take a look at Apollos. Valid. Nice. When this character successfully uses an ability with Plagueis in its name, you can give 1 damage to any of your opponent's characters. Yeah. Kidomaru. I see you. I see you, Kidomaru. But the effect, okay, so you don't have to flip for the effect, but the effect triggers off of playing an ability card. But it doesn't say blocked. So if your opponent lets the attack through, can you then just spam jutsus to start picking off your opponent's field. This card is giving me vibes. I... Mm, so my head is racing right now. We need to look at Plagueis ability cards and make sure this is balanced, because my gut right now, my gut as like a card game reviewer is telling me that this is a very unhealthy card that I could break, but I need to really know that for sure. Just... Oh, no, sorry. 1 second. I need to look up abilities. Okay, so we need to see what abilities he's capable of using to know if this is broken or not. So requirements, Plagueis with turn counter 4 or more. He's 3, so that's not going to work. Petrification, enchant. He's precision, so that's not going to work. Medical, he's medical. Expel the user. This wouldn't work. You can't spam it. Looking good so far. One was a character. Turn. Wait a second. At the end of your turn, if this card is in your discard pile, you can bury 2 cards to move this card to your hand. Oh, it sounds spammable. Turn count of 2 or more. He's 3. We're good. Target 1 opposing character. We're good. Move the target to your opponent's hands, then expel the user. Expel the user. Okay, can't spam it. Can't spam it. It's not good. It's not good for what we're going for here. It's too balanced. It's too balanced. We gotta get out of the balancing stuff. Is it even legal to just literally steal it? Ah, okay. EJ, don't be a party pooper. If you're gonna poop on a party, go poop on a party somewhere else. We're having a good time here. Syringe, medical, good. I don't see any expel. 1 character on the battlefield, change the get the injured status. Okay, hold the phone. Okay, take the phone and hold it. That seems a little bit suspicious. It costs 2. You injure somebody on the battlefield, and then his effect picks them off and kills them. So it's 2 to just straight up off a character, or alternatively, to injure a character and then deal 1 damage to anything on the field. Okay, so we found our spam target. 3 of these plus Apollos sounds like it could be magic. Let's delve a little bit deeper here. Got 1 more here. Plagueis. Identity. Plagueis, okay, we're good. All Necro characters are unaffected by your opponent's ability cards and character effects until the end of the turn. What? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's extremely good, actually. Okay, I take back my previous pretty good, and I give it now the extremely good title. And I'll explain why. Because this is an ability that works on a stack, right? So if your opponent pays, for example, for Captain Kane's effect, or if your opponent pays for an ability and then activates Plagueis' effect, you can Plagueis Identity, which if all of your characters are Necro characters, makes your entire field untargetable by the effects that your opponent has already paid for. And on top of that, so on top of that, Plagueis' effect hits, so you pot-shot something. So not only do you fizzle your opponent's ability cards, you fizzle your opponent's character effects, but on top of all of that, you also pop a character for 1 damage. So you could run a deck with 3 Identity and 3 Syringe and Apollos. Apollos over 9,000? Is that what we're going for here? Apollos over 9,000? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling Apollos over 9,000 right now. I don't know. We need, again, my gut. My gut is like really telling me that we're gonna find something that really breaks this card, but we'll see. Well, its effect chains off syringe, so you can't double ping since Apollos applies damage first. Okay, I get it. That is a little bit more balanced. When this character successfully uses an ability with Plagueis in its name. See, mm, I would slightly errata the wording on that card just slightly if that's not how it works, because when I think about successfully using an ability, I think that I've pulled off the effect of the ability card. But if that's not how it works, then that's totally fine. Um, just means that's still really good. I can't front. That's still really, really good. Anyways, like I said before, I'm getting a gut feeling that we're gonna find something that completely breaks Apollos by the time this is all over, but we'll see. All right, so we've looked at all the stuff there. Let's go ahead and look at our next super rare, Plagueis Zoladar. Um, Cleanse 2 character cards. I don't remember what that means. One sec. Gonna load up the rule book here. Probably good idea to just keep this tab with the rulebook open so that I can look up this stuff. What cleanse do? To remove from the game a given type or amount of cards from the discard pile, okay? And what does it do? Put in play 1 character that was removed from the game. Um, okay. So we need to keep an eye out for removed from the game effects. Although we kind of also don't. Okay, let me gather my thoughts here for a second. If you cleanse 2 cards from your discard pile, those cards are now removed from the game. So cleanse 2, target one of the cards you cleansed, and then put it in play. What? So what? Does he just double summon every turn? Necro gives me vibes. Plagueis decks sound like they're going to be really, really top tier if I can figure out a way to break them. And I think I can. Because from everything that I'm getting, it sounds like Plagueis... okay. It sounds like Plagueis plays very similar to the way that water decks work in Naruto, okay? So sea decks are lightning, necro decks are water. I'm starting to connect with it a little bit more here. And water was my favorite element, so I'm feeling like Plagueis decks are gonna be pretty sick. I think that might be the thing that I end up breaking. We'll see though. So pop 2, then play one of the characters she pops. So it's just 2 summons every single turn. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's good. Wait a second. Okay. My spider senses are tingling. Okay, hear me out on this. Plagueis Apollos. 1 damage when an ability is cast. Sugar Daddy, 1 damage for giving up a battle reward, and if you control 2 other pirates, you can move 1 ability from your discard pile or essence to your hands. The essence is where cards that you play go. Okay. My head is spinning. If you have Kane plus Apollos out at the same time, then not only can you Sugar Daddy plus Apollos into a dead card off of a syringe, but you can also recycle syringes. Okay, we're getting closer to that moment that I talked about before, that we're just going to completely break Apollos, I think. Because, alright, here's the hypothetical. You run a deck, 3 syringe, 2 Apollos, to Kane. And then you run a mid-game lineup of pirates, right? So you run what's her face? Give me 1 second. Okay. So if you run Argilia, Suzuki as your 2 main pirates, and then maybe have Hari in there too, because Hari's beautiful card design. Wait a second. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm so disjointed, guys. This is what you guys get when you have unedited Kudo-kun. I don't get the chance to gather my thoughts and edit out the parts where I'm rambling like a moron. Okay. Of all of the Kane pirates, we know that 2 of them gather essence, right? So Odessa gathers essence by taking cards from the top of your opponent's deck. Hari gains essence because whenever she goes out to block, she steals a card, if I remember correctly. Let me double check myself here. No, sorry. Okay, I misspoke. Odessa doesn't do anything for your essence. Hari does, though. Hari steals essence cards from the top of your opponent's deck. So, Hari stacks your essence. Okay, Hari stacks your essence. And so do all of the other cards in this set right here. Then you play Apollos. You use all of the essence that you stacked on syringes for Apollos' effect to start weakening and picking off your opponent's side of the field. And then in the late game, you drop Sugar Daddy Kane, and Kane gets your syringes back from the essence pile so that you can recycle them. Yeah, he's Jiraiya. He's Jiraiya, Instruction of the Hidden Technique. That sounds a little bit too good to be true. We're gonna have to do a little bit more digging, but I think that's how we break Apollos. We're only like 2 cards in, so I'm not gonna say anything too definitive here, but I'm pretty sure breaking this game is going to somehow involve Apollos, and Kane is going to be central in that, in recycling his syringe card over and over again. Okay, let's keep going. Micromon Kraken. Move the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck to their essence. Okay, I got excited for a second. I thought this was another card that stole. Select one of your opponent's characters with a turn count of 2 or less. Then that selected character and this character cannot be sent out to battle during this turn. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I would say that this is probably the most balanced super rare we've seen so far, so I can't be that impressed by it. It just seems good. It doesn't transform. It's got camouflage, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the same as ambush. Let me see here. Yeah, it's ambush. Okay, so you can play it from the essence pile. Okay. Seems just fine. Balanced. The Vista. If this character was put in play by transformation, it gains the following effects. Ability, what is that? 2? Target an opposing character, give the target 2 damage. Okay, hold on. Okay, just hold on a second here. So his base ability, if he came into play by the effect of transform, is just pay 2, kill an opposing character. That sounds really good. So, he's the boss monster to beat. Is his effect better than Apollos' effect? No, but it's still a really powerful finisher, I think. I think you would have to pick between him or Kane, though. I don't think you could do both. Is it just me, or does it seem like there's a lot of direct damage in this game? It feels like there's a lot of damage. Feels like there's a lot of damage. Okay. So again, I'm feeling like this is probably going to be the boss monster to beat. We'll have to go forward with this in mind, so that there's literally a character that can pay two essence to just straight up 2 damage just off the character. That's a little insane. Maybe this is more powerful than I gave it credit for. Maybe this set is closer to like set 25 and set 26 Naruto. Okay. Symbiote Raikiri. Raikiri. I see what you guys did there. Dragon Kid Richie. You can put in play this card from your discard pile by removing from the game 1 Richie from your discard pile. Okay. Interesting. When this character is put in play, search for an ability card with Dragon Kid in its name. Okay, so we gotta look at these Dragon Kid ability cards and see how good they are. There's only 4 of them. There's a super rare, though. That's promising. Let's see. A dragon, turn count of 3 or more, which he fits. It makes sense. He's on the card. One opposing character, move the target face up to your battle rewards. The user cannot be sent out to battle during the next turn. Balanced. Balanced, and I'll tell you why. Because it's really powerful that this becomes a battle reward, but it's also kind of expensive from what I've seen for what you can pay to get rid of a character. Balanced. Balanced. It's good. It's a well-designed card. I like it. What else can I get? Charge. Reveal the top card of your deck until you reveal a strategy or ability, or your deck is depleted. This sounds familiar. This is, don't tell me. Heavenly White something or other. It's Heavenly White something or other. I nailed that. During this turn, the user gets +2/+2 for every card revealed. Move up to 2 of the revealed cards to your hand. Then move the remaining cards to your essence. Okay, so it's a slightly more balanced version of Heavenly White something something. Because this has the downside that if you were to hypothetically deplete your entire deck, you would lose the game because the cards go to essence. Sounds like there could be some application here. I could definitely see playing something like this specifically to just get a revealed card to your hand. So you're essentially paying 1 to draw. During worst case scenario, you're paying 1 to draw and 1 to get +2/+2. So very balanced again. I think that's pretty awesome. Good stuff. I'm really liking what I see so far from the Dragon Kid cards. Target 1 ability. Change the effect of the target to the following. Oh, this is the newer Naruto Genjutsu effects. So, burn 3 cards for each character in the user's team. Okay, I remember burn. Burn is mill. Discard the top 3 cards of your deck for every character in the user's team. That's a really good card. It's drag inked. Drag inked. Because they got tattoos. See, I thought it was a take on the word dragonkin. My apologies. Drag inked. Okay. I'll remember that. Drag inked. I like it. Because they got tattoos, you see? Alright. Last one. Draco release. Discard cards from the top of your opponent's deck equal to the number of in-play plasma cards. More mill. Okay, so I mean, I really don't play mill strategies that often, so I mean, I can't really judge how good that is. Okay, let's just go based on statistics. All right, so statistically speaking, that means that on turn 5, you could hypothetically pay 2 to mill 5. That doesn't sound that good. That's, I think, even for a mill strategy, I don't know if that's a good effect. But it does say plasma cards, so hypothetically, if plasma ends up having a lot of uh permanent like mission type cards, the strategy cards, maybe you can get a lot more off of that. But Shark Skin was pay 1 to discard 3 cards off the top of your opponent's deck. So if you're paying 2, you want to get at least 6. And you can't do that until 6 turns into the game if we're going just based on characters. So I don't. I think that card earned its common rarity. I don't think that's that good of a card. Okay, so we're gonna ignore that one. Um. Okay. Raikiri, his effect is really good because essentially what it means is if you have Raikiri and Richie in your discard pile, then you get a free Richie. Then you get a free Raikiri. From what I'm reading, let me double check myself here, make sure I'm not committing perjury. You can put in play this card from discard pile by removing from the game 1 Dragging Richie from your discard pile. So if you get both of them discard pile, then you basically just get a free Raikiri. That's pretty cool. Oh, hold on. Does not say anything about your turn counter having to be on 3 either. So hypothetically, if you did something super nutty, it could potentially be that you could get Raikiri out on an earlier turn than turn 3, which is pretty good. Milling decks are hard to pull off for my testing. I can imagine so, based on what I'm seeing here. Like, Symbiosis is actually a really good milling card from what I've seen. Because you're getting rid of 9 cards from the top of your opponent's deck. That's like 1/5 of your opponent's deck. And on top of that, they lost access to one of their abilities. So, that sounds like... It sounds like you would rely more on this than you would on Draco Release. From what I'm gathering. Okay, last super rare character card. Let's take a look. Abyssagon. If this character was put in play due to transformation, target any number of characters with a combined turn count of X and discard the target. So X is your turn marker. Makes sense. At the end of your turn, randomly discard a card from your opponent's hand. Stop! He's dead. Stop. Stop. This card seems so this card seems so overpacked. Okay. Alright. So let's break down what this card does. Alright. When you put him in play due to transformation, here's his effect. Your opponent, first of all, just loses every single turn 0 card they have on their side of the board. Because no matter what your X value is, you can always add 0 to it to make more. So first things first, every single 0 that's still in play on your opponent's side of the field is just gone. They're not even put in the essence. Rip, discard pile immediately. And then on top of that, you can also get rid of characters from your opponent's side of the field, either getting rid of like one really big beefy guy, or getting rid of a bunch of other smaller, weaker characters. Is Abyss Dragon better than purple Monster Man thing? I guess he's blue. Pink and blue Monster Man thing. The Vista. Is Vivista better than Abyssagon? I'm going to go out on a limb here and actually say no. As good as Abyssagon is, I think Vivista's still better. Because chances are, with Vivista's effect, you can get rid of just about anything, right? Pay 2 to just completely off a character. Abyssagon, he gets rid of all the small stuff and probably makes it easier to step over your opponent's really big, powerful characters. But Vivista can just out Solodar. Vivista can just out Captain Kane. Vivista can just out anything on the field. As long as it's an opposing character, obviously. But Abyssagon is definitely up there. I would say, as far as power goes, it's probably Vivista, Abyssagon, and then Solodar, I think, would be the order of powerful boss monsters that I've seen so far. Vivista can transform from 2. That's true. Vivista also has more options because you can have either Sisvolto or Marival. Okay. So anyways, that happens, and then on top of that, your opponent's hand size is just never going to increase without the use of external cards, because you're always discarding a random card from your opponent's hand at the end of the turn. So yeah, it's close. I could see this being a really, really sick deck type to run. If you're running some kind of control deck and you're controlling your opponent's board, then I think Abyssagon could be a really, really busted card. But I still think, as far as just pure power goes, Vivista's the strongest card that I've seen so far. And I don't even think it's that close, if I'm being honest. Vivista, like, up here, and then Abyssagon's, like, right here, and then Zolodar, then Kane, then Apollos, so on and so forth. Okay. So I think we're done here. Let's go ahead and go back and look up super rare abilities. Let's see what else we got. Rise to Infamy. Kind of surprised you guys didn't just use the Scourge of the Seas picture for this one too. Oh man. So requirements pirate. It is effects. Search for one pirate leader in your deck, reveal it, and move it to the user's team in any position. At the end of the turn, if the user did not have a turn count of 2 or more, move that pirate leader card to your hand. Oh, hold on. Okay. So this is summoning Jutsu, but for Kane. Or, hypothetically, what's her face? The Queen Pirate Lady. Aspergia? Aspergia, I think? Okay. So, turn 2 Sugar Daddy seems excessive. Turn 2 Sugar Daddy seems excessive. That's really good, but can you break the game by doing that? I don't know. I don't know. Let me think for a sec. Okay. So, Sugar Daddy Kane, his effect is your opponent gets a battle reward and you deal 1 damage to a character. I think potentially if you pull this card off, you could do some really nasty things, because every turn after that you're dealing a damage to a character, and I think you can just completely cripple your opponent before they have a chance to really get a strategy going. That's interesting. I'm going to have to think about that one a little bit more. I think Rise to Infamy could be a really interesting game-winning card. For the record, my experience with Naruto CCG really just extends to your vids. Yeah, a lot of people do that, honestly. Rise to Infamy plus Kane plus Fates. I'm not sure what Feint is yet. We'll see. So turn two pirate into Kane. That seems pretty good. I can see why that'd be a super rare. Plagueis Rapture. Oh, this is the card we didn't look at before. Okay, so Plagueis, turn count of 4 or more. Nice. Target one opposing character. Move the target to the user's team in any position. At the end of the turn, expel the target. Interesting. So you take a character and you use it for 1 turn, and then that character, like, goes off into the void. Interesting. No, we have a spammer. 1 sec, let me take care of this real quick. How on earth did you guys even find me? Jesus. Alright, so I'm really quickly going here, seeing if I can take care of this. Got it. For whatever reason, I can't do this from... I can't do this from OBS. That's really weird. I wonder why I can't just get rid of people from OBS. Anyways, that was a minor inconvenience. DBS, I believe, was meant to be a spiritual successor to the Naruto CCG. Neat to see these alternate attempts at the same thing. Yup. So, for those who don't know, Dragon Ball... Actually, I don't know if this is the one you're talking about, because that one wasn't super. But, fun fact, Bandai tried to bring Naruto back by skinning it with Dragon Ball Z characters at one point. That game only lasted about 3 sets, if I remember correctly. It was not as good, because they tried to fit in a bunch of Dragon Ball Z stuff. Like, they tried to have, like, collecting the Dragon Balls and powering characters up and stuff, but it just didn't end up that good. Okay, so back to what we were talking about before. Rapture's good. For 1 turn, you take an opposing character, and then you expel the character that you took for that turn. So, I mean, it seems fine. I really don't have a problem with it. I don't know if it's as good as some of the effects we've seen. I don't know if that is really, like, super rare worthy, but it's good enough. It's good enough. You're a mess. Yep. Wasn't really trying to bring back Naruto. Was only in set 10-ish when that game came out. Yeah, that's true. All right. Micromon Splitter Blast. Turn 3. Micromon. Every character opposing the user, flip a coin until you flip tails, then distribute X damage among the target where X equals the number of heads flipped to the effect. +2? Okay, hold on a second here. Alright. Hold on. Wait a minute. That sounds too good. Okay, if you immediately get tails, then you still deal 2 damage to a character off of this effect. So the worst you could possibly do is either killing off a character or dealing 1 damage to 2 different characters. That's the worst possible result you can get off of this card. That sounds too good. Give me 1 sec. We're going to go ahead and do a quick search of the cards that can use this. So 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we will search for Pokemon. Okay, so Kraken can use it, and Vivista can use it, obviously. Moscador. Who is this? Discard a Micromon character from your essence. Select one of your opponent's characters. That selected character cannot be sent out to battle during this turn. That sounds pretty good. Oh, he's the dude from the picture. I don't see how that fits him. Okay, so I'm going to get into thematic stuff here for a second, all right? Thematically, this is kind of a weird move because he wants characters to not go out to battle. The chances are you're going to choose one of your opponent's better characters. But this card wants to battle against a ton of characters. So thematically, I'm not saying as far as card powers go, thematically that's kind of a weird move. Fascisco. Cisco. Despacito 2? Is that you? Your masked characters cannot receive any damage during this showdown. Or during the showdown, so just ever? So all of your masked characters are true heir to the Sharingan Itachi? That's pretty neat, I guess. When you win a victory or an outstanding victory, move one of your opponent's battle rewards to your hands. So he makes everybody true heir to the Sharingan Itachi, and on top of that, by the way, I just so happen to be the Shikamaru Asuma platoon. That's pretty good. For a rare, we thought Kraken was like super rare material, but this guy here is only a rare. Okay. I mean, I guess that's good because it makes him more accessible, but Jesus, as far as effects go, he's he's up there with some of the other boss monsters I've seen. As that's the Naruto one, I'm alongside it. I mean, it could have been. I don't know. I was just mentioning it because it is very similar, and I heard somebody mention the Dragon Ball Super thing, so that's what I brought up. I actually looked at the history of both series TCGs and hit some snags, so some things are hazy. I was talking about the modern DBS TCG though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to make assumptions here, okay, obviously. But I did make a video on the Dragon Ball Super card game where I talked about how awesome it was. Um, that wasn't really like a Naruto CCG equivalent, but it is an extremely good card game. I'm a little upset at myself for not getting into the Dragon Ball Super card game a little bit earlier so that I could actually make more content on it. Because I feel like the game's a little bit too dead right now to really viably make a bunch of content on. And I need it to completely die before I do something like metamorphosis on it. So it's in a really awkward spot where I don't feel comfortable making content for the game, but I love the game. It's a really, really well designed game. Multiple people I saw said something to the effect that the DBS card game was made, at least in part, as a follow-up slash successor to Naruto. So that could honestly be true. Keep in mind, Bandai was the maker of both games, so it would make a lot of sense for people who worked on the Naruto card game to go off and make the Dragon Ball Super card game, or at least work on it. There could be a little bit of truth to that. I would just say personally that it doesn't scratch the same itch. Um, Fiasco. Okay, so this is a really good card. I don't know how this is just a rare. It's really, really good. I'm gonna have to remember it for the future. Okay, Lobarto. If this character was transformed, place 3+1/+1 coins on it. Ah, your other Micromon characters gain +1/+1. Now, he just seems a little too good. So, turn 3, 8, 5. He transforms from a character called Cronus. Chauncey. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why I can't read Cronus, but for some reason, every time I try to, I get the name Chauncey. Does anybody remember that video? I think. Let me see if I can remember where that came from. I think Video Game Donkey, in one of his videos, his wife, Leah B, said the name Chauncey. Chauncey. It was very, very funny, and now it's all I can think of. I don't even think I'll ever be able to say the name Cronus. I think his name is just Chauncey from now. Okay. Regardless, he's an 8/5 on top of giving all of your other characters that are Micromon +1/+1. So Micromon seems like it should be the best archetype from what I've read so far. Um, there is so much Micromon support. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say one of the people who worked on this game, like uh their favorite characters were the Micromon. Cause Vivista's a Micromon too, right? You have all of this gameplay up into like the Vista finisher, and then just everything like leading up to that just seems really, really good. So this is definitely a potential user for Splitter Blast. That makes a lot of sense to me. Searchable from Chauncey. Okay. So not only is he extremely good, but somebody in the chat here is telling me that you can actually search him out when you get his transform target out. That seems a little too good. I'm just popping in to say that quite a few of these cards are being changed currently. We are in the process of finalizing the set with changes. Thanks for the support and exposure. No problem. You guys are getting exposed to an entire, like, 4 people right now, but more people will watch the video when it's an actual video up on the thing. I kind of spread this up on everybody. I was like, hey, everybody, in, like, 4 hours, we're just going to go live and go nuts on this game. And that was all of the notice that anybody got. So hopefully some other people check out the stream when this becomes a YouTube video. All right. Korogus is what I'm going to assume that is. At the beginning of your turn, you can give your opponent 1 battle reward. In that case, target one of your opponent's characters with a turn count of 5 or less and give 1 damage to the target. No. No. He's just worse, Kane. He's not good enough to... You're not worth my Splitter Blast. Korogus, we're not using him. No. Shame. Alright. Not a cornea. For 3, you can place a 0/0 healthy and injured Poison Micromon character coin in the opposing team with in any position, with the following effect. Valid. At the start of your turn, injure 2 of your characters. Nice. I really like that effect. I really like it. That's good. Okay, so not a cornea. Hear me out. Not a cornea into Apollos. You give your opponent the Poison Micromon, and at the beginning of their turn, they have to injure their characters. And eventually they figure out a way to get rid of it. Maybe they just swing with it or whatever. And then you finish them off with Apollos' effect. I'm telling you guys, I still feel in my little Kudo heart that Apollos is going to be the like linchpin to really busting this game wide open and getting maximum potential. Okay, so Splitter Blast seems really good. I'm thinking that Lobarto is going to be the best target for it, or Francesco. These are probably going to be the 2 best targets for it, I think. Although Lobarto's a better target for it because he's naturally fire, so you wouldn't have to really work too hard to get it worked into the deck. Okay, we got one more here. We've already looked at the Drag-Inked Plasma Cannon, so we won't look too far into it, but basically just turn somebody into a battle reward. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, I suppose we could really quickly just look for dragons and see what the other dragons look like, because we haven't really looked at those yet. Okay. Oh, sorry. Not just dragon. I forgot. It's not just dragon. We have to look for turn cost of 3 or more. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so Raikiri can use it. Abyss Dragon can use it, obviously. What's this? Galil. When a dragon character is put in play, your opponent burns 3 cards. If this character was put in play by transformation, draw 1 card or up to every 10 cards in your opponent's deck. Okay, hear me out. That sounds really good, but potentially that's going to be about 3 cards, and that kind of betrays what the card is trying to do, right? Because he wants to get rid of cards from your opponent's deck, but he also benefits from your opponent having lots of cards in their deck. I don't know. We'll see. So, dragons. They'd be the only type I'd be a bust. Okay. I mean, I could see some people being a huge fan of these guys. This guy. So, in the promo cards, this was my favorite promo card of all of them. I thought this was a really cool looking card, but I didn't actually read what it did. So let's find out what it does. If this character was put in play by transformation, discard the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck, and then for a valid effect, target an opposing character and make the target a standby character. You're breaking my heart with this, because I'm gonna be honest with you, that's not a good effect. His transform effect doesn't discard nearly as many cards from the top of your opponent's deck as the card that we just looked at. And on top of that, his effect is 2 to make something a standby character, when everything that we've seen so far is like pay 2 to just completely kill a character. I'm going to go with my earlier statement here, and I'm going to stand by it. I think there might be a little bit too much damage running rampant in this game. And it's throwing off the curve of some of these other effects. Because paying 2 to make something a standby character, that sounds really good. Because you can make a character a standby character who's using an ability, for example, so that their ability doesn't go off. You can do it to win a battle. You could even do it if your opponent sends out like a meat puppet to block his team. You can send that character away and then win a couple of juicy battle rewards off of them. But when you compare that to other effects that can just like pay 2 to just completely kill a character, it makes it look less good. I do like that he has camouflage. That's cool. Play him from the Essence area. He's 7-0, which sounds good, but again, because of all of the damage going around in the game, this is very easily dealt with. So, he's too balanced. He's balanced in an environment where I think some other things are a little bit less balanced, and that's kind of what's killing him right now. Okay. Quetzal. comes from Nadia. Okay. If this character was put in play with transformation, move up to 2 cards from your opponent's battle rewards to your hands. That's pretty good. Oh, you poor thing. Wow. You guys did Quetzal so dirty. What is this? What is this? Unnecessary. Does not need to be 0/0. It's too easy to injure things in this game for this card to be good as a 0/0 when injured. Make my poor boy like a 4/0 in injured status. That's I don't know, guys. I'm surprised how easily you've adjusted to the change in verbiage. Yeah, I that's just a thing with me, I guess. I'm very, very malleable. I can very, very easily adapt to something new. It's like back in the old days when everybody sat around and played Smash Brothers. When Brawl came out, I was fine playing with a Wiimote. And we didn't really have that many GameCube controllers to go around. So my friends would play with GameCube controllers, I'd play with a Wiimote, and honestly, I was okay with that. um just the kind of guy I am, I guess. Okay. So you come from Nanami. This character was put in play due to transformation. Discard your opponent's hands? Excuse me. Then they draw cards equal to the number of cards they discarded -1. Okay. So even this, hypothetically, is a better mill card than the other super cool looking purple dragon. Because with... Wait a second. Atom's. Okay. So with Atom's effect, hypothetically, your opponent has turn 3. They're probably going to have 5 cards in their hand. So they discard the 5 cards, and then they draw 4 cards, essentially getting rid of 4 cards from their deck. I really like this. I think this is fine. It's pretty good. Eliel, this card is transformed into... You may put in play 1 dragging character from your essence, or move 1 dragon character from your essence to your hand. Am I misreading that? Or does that not basically mean you can get a really high power character off of this? Because I feel like... Oh man, again? Alright, I'm sorry guys. Give me 1 second. Let me go take care of this. Reports. Unwanted commercial content and or spam. Get rid of him, please. Okay. Alright. Hopefully, once again, we have dealt with the problem, but we will see. Just gonna have to stay strong. Alright. So anyways, this character here, we're actually gonna have to do another search here once this is over to see what dragon you could potentially cheese out with this effect, because I think you could potentially cheese out something really good. The dragons have really, really powerful stats. So we're going to look into that in just a moment, but let's look at our last character here. Centurion. If this character was put in play with transformation, move 1 of your opponent's characters to your opponent's hands. It's fine. I don't mind it. The only thing I would say about this is... Actually, never mind. I wouldn't even say that. I'm going to completely disregard what I was going to say. Well, originally, what I was going to point out is this means that your opponent gets their in-play, or when this card comes into play, effects again. But because of the way transformation works, like a lot of the best in-play characters are transformation characters, and you can't get anything off of them just using this card, right? So you put one of your opponent's transformed characters back into their hand, and then they have to go through the process of playing the original character and then transforming on top of that character again. So that's pretty good. I don't mind it. This is fine. It's pretty good. So anyways, we're gonna see what Helial's all about really quick before we move on. Search. We're gonna look up dragons. Actually, wait a second. I'm being a big old dummy, because all the dragons that you would want to get are here. So let me make sure I understand. Okay, I want to be crystal clear on this. You may play one drag-inked character from your essence. So wait a second, never mind. There are some things we would want to search, because we need to see all of the drag-inked characters specifically. Okay, so drag-inked characters, we're going to look at turns 5 and 6. There are none, okay. Well, apparently it's super balanced then. Drag-inked turn 4. Am I a big old dummy? Drag-inked 3? What is this? Hey, okay, I'll just look at Drag Inked then. That's weird. Why is it that I can't search for Drag Inked? See, Helial can easily put back a drag into your hand so you can transform another character. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Alright, so let's see what we can get off of this. Okay, so the reason that the search wasn't working was because there legitimately isn't a drag inked character that you can get that breaks it. Okay, that's good. It's balanced. I like it. It's balanced. It's balanced. There are no boss monsters you can get off of its effect, so that's good. Alright, so we've looked at all the super rare cards here. Let's go ahead and look at all the super rare strategy cards to finish up our super rares. Remove turn count on character effects. Okay, I'll look into that in just a second. Succubus Harem. Sounds like my kind of card here. What's it do? Do the top 5. Sorry. Reveal the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Then your opponent chooses 2 cards. Move the 2 cards of their choice to their hand. Move the remaining 3 cards to your hands. Okay. All right, let me process. I'm going to process. So, top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Your opponent gets to the 2 best cards, but you get the 3 other cards, and they go to your hand. So it's... Okay. This card plus hand cost means you're going -2. Then you're drawing 3 cards from your opponent's deck, making you go +3. But your opponent gets the 2 best cards. How good is this? I'm actually going to argue that this is ridiculous. It's really, really good. Because no matter what, you're ending up with 3 cards and your opponent's ending up with 2. And what's worse is the 3 cards that you get, even if they're not an element that's natural to your deck, if one of them has a hand cost, you can pay that hand cost using one of the other cards you stole. That's really good. Worst case, it's 3 essence. That's true. So you pay. Okay, so you pay the hand cost for this card, and those two go to essence. And then you steal 3 cards from your opponent's deck, and those also go to your essence. Right? It's it's 2 cards that turns into 5 essence. That's a great point. Yummy. The hair might screw them if they pick wrong. Yeah, maybe. Yep. If your opponent doesn't really understand what their deck does well enough to pick the 2 best cards, then you get basically one of their best cards, and they didn't even know that they gave it to you. Okay, this card might be ridiculous. Okay, so I'm gonna step in here, and I'm gonna be responsible Kudokun for a second, okay? No longer trying to break the game. I'm gonna be reasonable for a moment and say that I think 5 is too much. I think this card would be a lot more balanced at 3 over 5. But I'll make my argument as to why. I think that if this card were errated to be 3 instead of 5, it's still extremely good for you because you're going -2 and then going +2 so that you're not losing any hand advantage by playing this card, but your opponent still ends up with the 1 best card out of the 3 that you picked. So just as like serious note, like serious faced Kudokun, I think at some point this card will probably need to be errated to be a lower number, and I think the perfect number for it is 3, so that you end up with 2 cards and your opponent ends up with the 1 best card. I think it still retains every little bit that makes it that good, but it's just a little bit more fair. Maybe not during this first set. Maybe this first set it's fine to be at 5, but at some point, I think in all seriousness, this might need to go down a little bit because I think the potential is just a little bit too good. If I could get back to my boy Apollos for a second, you could basically do this, and then that's 2 Apollos abilities that you can get right off of it. I think, yeah, I think it's too much. 3 of right now before the eventual errata or ban. 3 of in every single deck that has C in it. Probably worth running C as a second element just to run this card so far. This card is actually crazy if you consider it a win con. In a super hand controlled deck, play nothing of your own, then use this to either burn 5 or to go up +1 in hand. See, that's the crazy thing, is you play this by going -2, and then you come out of that 1 above the cards that you put into it, and on top of that, you are getting rid of 5 cards off the top of your opponent's deck. So you could very well use this in a mill strategy. Pull off 3 of these in one game, and you've milled 15 cards off the top of your opponent's deck. Now, the downside to that, however, I want to make sure that I'm very, very fair on this. The downside to this is your opponent also draws 2 cards, so your opponent is technically going more plus than you, and they're getting better cards than you. So it is balanced in that way, but I do still think that it's a little bit too feast famine. I think at some point this card's going to just eventually by how nutty it is, I think at some point this card's going to need to be either errated or just straight up banned. That's just my future vision here going off. I don't hate it. I think it's a really, really cool card. I really like this design. But I'm saying realistically, I don't know if a card can survive being this cool. I think it's too cool to live in its current state. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's get off of that for a second. Okay, 3 of, must have 3 of in my deck. Whatever deck I use to try and break this game with, 3 of this card for sure. Microsphere. It's a cute name. I like that name. Permanence. Nice. We finally ran into a permanent card. Unique effects. When a Sea or Terra character is deployed, you can activate one of the following effects. Move 1 card from your discard pile to the top of your deck. or the top of your deck, sorry, to the essence. So it generates 1 essence every time I play a character, if I play around Sea and Terra characters. Okay. Or search for an animal character with a turn count of 2 or less. Okay. So, hypothetically, for my deck idea, it seems like you could use this to just accelerate how much essence you have. But let's look up animals and see what kind of animals, excuse me, see what kind of animals I can get off of it. Oh, crap. I can't look up turn zeros. Ah. Okay, we'll look up turns 1 and 2 for right now. And I guess we'll just assume that whatever we find here is what we find. Because I can't even think of a clever way to get the turn 0 animals. Like, I can't even think about like what archetype they would be in, because it seems like they're in a lot of different archetypes. No, never mind. Looks like they're all Micromon. Okay, so after this, we'll load up the Micromon list and see what turn zeros are in it. Okay. Crisis averted. We're good. Maripol. This is the dude that turns into the big dude. When this character is put in play and you have another Micromon character in play, target one of your opponent's characters with a turn count of 2 or less. That character can't be sent out to battle this turn. Well, that's fun. So you stall, is what you're saying. Okay, when this character's put in play and you have another Micromon in play, target one of your opponent's characters with a turn count of 2 or less. That's good. Alright, so this is a fairly decent first target for this card. The fact that it's not water or terra brings it down slightly, but that's okay. It's only the first card. Spherin Ball. Spherin Ball, I get it. It's sphere and ball. This is like a hedgehog. Get it? Ah, this armadillo thingy. It's a sphere. It's a sphere and it's a ball. Spherin Ball. I like it. Ability phase valid. Draw 1 card. Switch this character's combat and support values to the end of the turn. Okay, so it can potentially be 3 support, and the horrible downside to this card being a 3 support back row character is that you have to draw a card. Okay, so this is a lot better target for Microsphere, because playing this would then trigger it to get yet another card. That's pretty good. I like that. Arahilts. When this character is sent to attack, you can move one of your standby Micromon characters to your hand and then put it in play. Okay, wait, just a moment here. Alright. So... Arahilt into what's his face? Volvoldion. No, Marival. Spider into bird. Okay. Calm myself. Find inner peace. Arahilt is C. So I can use that to search for Marival. Marival hits play, effect goes off. Attack with Arahelt, return Marival to hand, play Marival again. Guaranteed its effect is going to go off because I also have this in play, and this is also a Micromon. So stop one team, goes back to the hand, play it again, stop another team, and then from that point on, every single time I attack with Arahilt, Marivol's effect goes off again to lock down a team. And it's all searchable from Microsphere if you're playing a deck around it. It's a little bit nutty. A little bit nutty. Hey, we found Chauncey. We found him. Nice. Okay. 4-0. When this character is in a team with a masked character... Wait a second. Okay. When this character is put in play, first of all, you have another Micromon character in play, you can search for one Micromon Chauncey and move it to your hands. 4-0 searches Chauncey. Chauncey turns into Lobarto. Gotcha. Got it. So search 4-0. Next turn, play... Okay, alright, so here's how it goes, alright? Turn 1 Microsphere, and then you play a Pirate Chick. Pirate Chick activates Microsphere, search 4-0. Next turn, play 4-0, search Chauncey, put Chauncey in your hands. Next turn, play Chauncey, search Lobarto. Turn 3, Lobarto into Chauncey. Microsphere's given me the same tingles that Apollos did. I'm not so sure about this. I think Microsphere might be a little bit busted too. We'll see. When this character is in a team with a masked character, it gets +1/+1. Okay. Pretty pointless effect. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's very Naruto-esque, but that makes him a turn 1 4/2, which just isn't that good of a stat line in comparison to the other cards we have. Okay. Give it to me. What do you do? When this character is in a team with one or more other Micromon characters, and the outcome of the battle of this character's team is a victory or an outstanding victory, search for Lobarto, not Lovarto, Lobarto, or Mascador. Oh, so it's not even just he searches one. He searches one every single time he wins a victory, or an outstanding victory. That's pretty good. His stat line is what makes him balanced. If this were a turn 2 card, and it was like a 5/2, this would be a fairly unbalanced card because every single time you won a battle, your hand size would go up by 1. But I think he's pretty fair for what he is right now. In fact, the only unfair thing about him is Lobarto is really good. Okay. So, technically speaking, you could Microsphere into this combo right here. But I'm still feeling that this combo, Marivol into Spider Chick, is probably going to be the best. So far. Let's not write anything off. Yogador. At the end of the turn, draw 1 card for each character that was not sent out to battle due to your card effects. Okay. I get it. I know what it's trying to do. But I hate it. Your deck would have to be so specific to make this card work effectively. I hate it. I wouldn't use it. Okay, so we're just going to ignore that card. That card doesn't exist. Now, the last 2 cards are C characters, so hopefully we get something really cool out of this. Camo. Okay, so he's just a big dumb 5/0. I love to see it. I like big, dumb, bossy monsters. That's kind of cool. Love to see it, but not a good target for Microsphere. Doomton. Your opponent's characters get -X/-X during the turn they're put into play. X equals your Micromon characters. It's okay. It's not a good target for Microsphere. I could see using this card, but not as a Microsphere target. Alright, so we've seen all of those. Now let's go ahead and look into the Micromon's archetype. Hopefully there are no animals in these other archetypes that I'll have to look into, or I'm going to be here all night just looking at this. Let's look for any zeros that we find. There's a zero. Krakoon. When this character is put in play, reveal one Micromon character from your hand. In that case, target one of your opponent's characters. That character cannot be sent out to battle this turn. Excuse me? And he's a Terra? That's terrifying. Do you understand what's going on here? Krakoon's effect is way better than that other character that we were looking at, Marival, because it doesn't have a target. Why is this a turn 0 and the other one is not a turn 0? Okay, so Microsphere. Oh, I'm getting dizzy. Microsphere into Krakoon. Krakoon searches Erahilt. And then next turn, drop Erahilt, swing, lift Krakoon, drop Krakoon, and then one of your opponent's teams can't block. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to point out. And then after you do all of that, you then get another character off of Microsphere's effects. Yikes. Okay, so if you're playing something C or Terra based, I don't see how you don't run at least 2 of each of those characters. So 2 Erahilt, probably 3 Krakoon, if we're being completely honest. Probably 3. Because if you open with it in your opening hand and you get Microsphere, then Krakoon is also a Microsphere Microsphere activator. So you Krakoon, you Microsphere into Erahilt, and then next turn you just lock down your opponent and make them very sad for the rest of the game. Okay. Alright, so like I said before, Microsphere gives me vibes, and those vibes are just getting stronger and stronger as we go on here. Any more zeros here we can look at? Okay. This is Volto. Oh, you're like an actual Shigure. 2100. Yeah, it's cute, but it's not what we're looking for. Honey, we're trying to break the game. That's too balanced to break the game with. Added turn 0 on web card search. You might need to refresh the page. Oh, thank you. Mwah. You're beautiful, guys. You're beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Ixal. Plus not a cornea transform from Raccoon. I didn't even think about that. You're right. That super cool nutty thingy is actually transformed from Krakoon. Although, why would you ever transform it? Right? Let's be real here. Why would you ever get rid of Krakoon? For I might actually have Nutta Cornea in my hand and just play it alongside Krakoon and never even transform it. Why would you even do it? if you can just Arahilt lock your opponent's best team down the entire game. So, okay, everything's starting to come together in my mind. I think from what I've seen so far, okay, we're still about an hour or so away from really seeing what this card game can do. But from what I've seen so far, here is the legitimate way that you break this game. From what I've seen, okay? You abuse pirates and microsphere to get the pieces you need for Arahelt and Krakoon. You pull off the Arahelt Krakoon thing alongside Apollos, and then whenever Apollos attacks, you use some kind of card. It doesn't even matter which one it is, whether it's the syringe or it's the hiding. You could even just play it just to burn it, but you damage your opponent's characters off of that. I need a quick refresher. Does syringe target opposing, or is it any? One sec. One card combo. Okay, so it has to be opposing. So this card doesn't work, but I'm thinking that you either force your opponent into a really unhealthy situation where they either can't block you and therefore you just keep getting free battle rewards at the beginning of the game, or they block you with their weaker team and you just Apollos them down if they choose to block you. I'm thinking that that's the way you break the game, because if you combine all of that with the super sexy harem card, then you have absolutely no reason not to have enough essence to spam syringe. So either your opponent doesn't block you at all, in which case you get a bunch of free rewards, or your opponent does block you, which enables you into spamming syringes. I'm thinking that if you want to break the game, that's the route that you have to go down. But we'll see. Again, I've still got at least an hour more of this game to look through, so I don't want to say anything too early. And these people, man. Why are the spam bots coming after me? I'm so small. You're not even getting any exposure from me. Anyways, all right, let's continue on. Just play. Reveal the top card of your deck. It's a Micron character. Move it to your hand. Doesn't break the game enough. Don't want it. What else do we got? Lemma. Give your opponent one battle reward. Give one damage to one of your opponent's characters. Turn cost one or less. This card's really good too. For the strategy that we want to run, this card is also really, really good. And I'll explain why. So, you use your Arahelt combo with Krakoon to lock down your opponent's best cards. So normally it's going to be their turn 2 drop, whatever their turn 2 drop is. And then Lemma controls the other targets. So, for example, if your opponent splits their team up into two and has their 2 cost and their 1 cost, and then their 0 cost, then you can pew 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 pew, and you can take care of their 1 cost, because it's the only thing that can block you, so it's a pretty viable target here. Or, even better, you can stop your opponent's characters from going out to battle, and then use Lemma to just pop off and get rid of your opponent's characters. And we've already seen that there's stuff within the game that gets you the battle rewards back. So I know this is going to be a pretty bold claim, but I don't even think giving up a battle reward is even like an offset for how good some of these effects are. Yeah. Yeah. I'm honestly, like, I'm thinking in my head, I legitimately, I think I would be comfortable using this effect 4 times in one game if it meant that I could control my opponent's field well enough to win those 4 battle rewards back. Because all right, let me put it this way. All right, so lockdown strategy with Cocoon and abusing Cocoon's effect plus Lemma. You open with Lemma and you give up a battle reward every single turn for 4 turns to get rid of 2 characters to make your opponent miss 2 drops, right? Now your opponent has less characters to make teams with, and you have Arahilt and Cocoon lockdown to lock down those characters from stopping you from winning those 4 battle rewards back. Now you and your opponent, excuse me, now you and your opponent have both gained 4 battle rewards, but your opponent is also down 2 characters. On top of being even in battle rewards, you're also up 2 characters because of using this effect. Now, granted, this effect does fall off, but you also have to remember that Sugar Daddy has the same effects. So, Lemma into Sugar Daddy, and then Sugar Daddy does the exact same thing, but for late game stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna reiterate and be a broken record here for like a 4th or 5th time. I think potentially there's a little bit too much free, like costless damage that floats around in this game. Maybe this game really is faster than I gave it credit for in my video. Because if it's got this much damage floating around, I think I can see where games would be decided within 6 to 8 turns. It's making a lot more sense to me now. Um, and yeah, I think that's just a decision. Like, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with the game lasting 6 to 8 turns. I think it's just preference. Um, but I do think that there's a lot of damage in this game. A lot. You need to make sure so on and so forth doesn't get damage to really pull off this combo. But that's the thing though, right? If you pull off this combo, then as soon as something hits the field that could stop your spider, then you have so many ways to pop it off, it doesn't really matter, right? Lemma to pop whatever it is that they're doing or to deal 1 damage to it, and then something like a Paulus to finish it off. What are they supposed to do about that? And then if your opponent's characters can never go out to battle because you're continuously locking them down with this effect, then what are they going to do? They can't play ability cards or use abilities if they're not out on the battlefield to use those abilities in most cases, right? So it sounds like you can get a lot off of the beginning of this game by just manipulating a strategy like that, where part of your turn 0 or early game lineup is just dealing damage to your opponent's side of the field, and the other half of your early game strategy is making it so that certain characters can't go out to battle. If you combine both of those effects for your early game, I honestly don't see how it loses. But we'll see. You can also deck build with the Primal TCG out, by the way. Yes, I have seen that, and I will mess around with it a little bit. Especially when you consider there's no Ghost 0/0 when you wipe a team. Yeah, because of the clarification that a team with... So if you block a team that is attacking, there is no, like... there's basically no, like, declaring that a team is blocked before the showdown step so that they don't get battle rewards. You could hypothetically lock down a team, then when your opponent sends out, like, 1 character, you sort of pot chop them down real quick, right? So you use something to get rid of that 1 character, you get 2 battle rewards, and then off of that, your opponent has to continuously split up their teams further and further, and you sort of lock them down by doing that. Because they have to have at least 2 teams active at all times, meaning that if you get to a point where your opponent has 3 characters in play, you lock down for the game. Because whatever team has 2 characters in it, you just stop with Cocoon, and then the team with 1 character in it, you either step over, or you play an ability or something that gets rid of them. Interesting stuff, but again, I want to clarify here that I have not seen everything that this game has to offer. There could be some really interesting stuff here that stops everything that I'm talking about right now. So let's get further in. And we found a lock, a fire one. Cold, expected water. Nice. You need Micromon Shield and Plagueis Identity. Yeah, see, Plagueis Identity is really interesting here because it would hypothetically block everything that I'm talking about, but that then means your opponent has to play Necro in order to beat this strategy. And also, it might not even work all of the time because, for one, you have to draw into it. I haven't seen anything that tutors for that specific ability. And also, if your opponent can't get characters to the battlefields to activate that ability, then what? Like, right? Phantom character 00 only appears if there are back. Yeah, we know. So the Phantom 00 that we're talking about is in the old rules of Naruto card game, if your opponent attacks with a big beefy team, and you block with 1 ninja, and then your opponent does something like Water Vortex to return that ninja to your hand, it's replaced essentially by an invisible 00 ninja so that your opponent doesn't get battle rewards. But because of the way that the rules of this game are set up, that doesn't occur because teams aren't considered blocked or not blocked till the showdown phase. So if, hypothetically, your opponent attacks into you, you attack into your opponent blocks, and then you do something like syringe one of your opponent's other characters, deal 1 damage, and then use Captain's ability to deal 1 damage to the injured character to kill it, and now there's no characters during the showdown step. That's 2 battle rewards on top of losing the character that they blocked with. Okay. Anyways, too much on Limma. I think Limma would be very integral to making the strategy work. I don't think losing 1 battle reward every turn to make this work is even a factor. I think this is extremely crucial for creating the lockdown that I'm imagining in my head. Okay, and we still have more zeros, so let's keep looking. All right. Maderda. When this character is discarded due to the showdown, search your deck for 1 Micromon character and put it in your... Nope, don't need it. Why would I even consider that when I have Microsphere? That's the question. Okay, and that's it. All right, so yeah. My tingles are correct. I think Microsphere is also just a really good card. I think so far of all of the super rares that I've seen, I think the strategy super rares might be the best ones. What are the deck size limits, sideboard size limits? Okay, so I haven't seen anything on sideboards, but it's just like modern day Naruto, where it's 50 and then 3 of each card. Specific named cards. So if there were going to be cards released that had slightly different names or like variations, like if there was like a Captain Kane early younger days or whatever, right? Then it would be... then you would be able to have 3 Captain Kane and then 3 of Sugar Daddy when he was younger, right? So let's go ahead and look at this last one. These first 2 were really busted. I'm actually gonna be really sad if this card is also really busted. Let's see. My Chronic Tesseract. Remove from the game all of the copies of the characters in the target's... Oh, but it's backwards again. Target 1 character card in your deck with transformation. Your deck, you say. I'm listening. Remove from the game all the copies of the character in the transformation requirements from your deck. If you removed at least one card, move the target to your field. Okay, it's not broken. It's not broken, but let me think. Gonna take a quick coffee break and think about this for a second. It's not broken, but it might still be really good. But it might still be really good, and I'll explain why. So the one thing that makes this card not that good is the fact that if you play a character using this effect, you don't get the transformation effect, which is the entire reason that you're playing a lot of these characters. But hypothetically speaking, you could use this to just get a really big, dumb, beefy character on turn 4. That's the other thing. Turn 4 is really, really late for this card to really do something crazy. I mean, you've got Harem over here literally siphoning 3 cards from your opponent's deck. You've got Microsphere, which enables one of the most broken lockdowns I've seen in like any card game ever. And then Tesseract is like, maybe you get like a really good like beat stick on turn 4. Maybe. Let me think. Because if I remember correctly, that dude that was 8-2 was a micro. Don't quote me on that, because I don't remember exactly, but I think I remember an 8-2 that was a micromon. No, it looks like I made it up. Okay, so that probably wasn't a micromon, then that was probably a Draginked. So maybe you could get the Vista off of this, but just not have the effect. Because 7-3 is still really good, and this doesn't take up your deploy for the turn. So you could get a free Vivista, and then into... no, not Vivista. I take that back. Okay, that's awful. Don't get Vivista. Obviously don't get Vivista. The card that you get off of Tesseract is Faciesco. Faciesco... Oh, never mind. Faciesco's not a... Ooh, sorry. I misspoke. I apologize, guys. I'm sorry. Then the card that you get is obviously Mascador, who has 4 support. And then on top of that, you get your turn 4 summon, which gives you something to give this 4 support to. Maybe. And he's interesting because it doesn't look like you have to transform in order to get his effect. So you Tesseract Mascador, discard a Micromon character from your hand, and then lock down one of your opponent's teams like you did with Kraku. It's pretty good. It's not bad. I wouldn't say it's bad at all, right? It's pretty good. It's decent. You could do a really interesting Mascador Loberto deck, I think, around this concept, where you Tesseract into Mascador, and then Mascador lock down into Loberto swinging for game. I think you could make that happen. It's a very balanced effect, right? I know that I keep saying balanced as like a synonym for mediocre, but it's not that it's mediocre. Again, it's just that we're really trying to dig into the core of this game to see what makes it tick, to see what the most unstoppable strategies would be if this game were to come into fruition in its current state, right? So in comparison to the delicious lifesavers chewables, like the chewy lifesavers, okay, which is the best candy of all time. In comparison to the chewy lifesavers, these are like Sour Patch Kids, right? They're goods. They're goods. They're delicious, and you crave them sometimes. But are they chewy lifesavers? They're not, right? They're not. Outlawed plus Yogador. Okay, I don't know what any of that means yet, so we'll see. Um, that's all the super rares in the game. We're done with super rares. Let's go ahead and now look into Zares. Now that we've looked at so many cards from the game, this is going to start accelerating really, really fast. Because we've, again, looked at all of the best stuff from the game already, and through that process, we've seen a lot of the cards that the game has to offer. So a lot of this is just going to be us skipping over cards. So if you guys are worried that this video is going to be much longer, it probably isn't. That's super rare. I'm done. Rare character hit. What? Okay. I guess super rares are just included with the rares because it's rarity up. So just to test this out, if I look up uncommon, is it going to show me rares and super rares too? No. What? God! What is this website? How is it I can go on CCG Trader and look up all of this information so easy? And here, I'm going to test something, okay? You guys are going to get live Kudo-kun reaction here. I'm going to go ahead and load up the app on my phone, and I'm going to see, you guys are in trouble if it works, I'm going to see if I can look up just rares on the website. Search rare and search. No, it happens here too. I know why it does it. You guys, I know why it does it. It's because you guys probably have them classified as super rare, and it has rare in the title, so rares are also included because rare is in the title of super rare too. Oh, you guys. Had to be a better way to deal with that, but alright. Okay. Enough playing around, alright? We're trying to break a card game here. We can't be stopping for every little thing. Not gonna let you guys keep distracting me. Alright, so we've seen Zeke, we've seen Argelia. I don't know what Buckeye is. Let's look at Buckeye. Legus, character. So, cleanse one Legus, Plagueis. Move a Necro ability card from your discard pile or remove from the game area to your hand. Does Buckeye mean we don't need Sugar Daddy? Buckeye might mean we don't actually need to run Sugar Daddy Kane, because we can use Buckeye's effects to recycle cards. The only thing that makes Sugar Daddy a little bit better and maybe still worth running is you can't recycle it from the essence, and that's what makes Sugar Daddy so good, right? With Sugar Daddy, you play the ability, it goes to your essence, and then immediately jumps up from your essence back into your hands without you having to cycle it out of your essence. Played the game with my 7-year son yesterday and today. So glad he loves this game so much. And Naruto. Yes! That's right. Pass on the love of the Naruto CCG to the next generation. Okay, we gotta keep that flame lit. Okay, if people like us don't put our hands in front of that little candle, that candle's gonna go out, and the world will lose this amazing game forever. It's projects like this that keep that little candle going. Shout outs to your kid. Your kid's awesome if they like Naruto. You got it. Buckeye and Apollos are friends. Nice. Cool. They look like they would be friends. I could see it. So yeah, this is interesting. Buckeye. Okay, so Buckeye is turn 1, Apollos is turn 3. What could we do with that? Let's really think about this for a second. Would it be something like Microsphere into Krakoon, and then Krakoon searches Spider. Buckeye turn 1, Spider turn 2. No. No. Reverse it. Spider turn 1, send. Reactivate your Krakoon, lockdown, get a free battle reward, or force your opponent to give you some stuff. Block with one of their other characters. And then turn 2, Buckeye, send Buckeye Spider, reactivate Krakoon, lock down one of their teams, get 2 rewards. Turn 3, drop Apollos. Apollos team with Buckeye. No, Apollos team with Spider. Yeah, Apollos team with Spider. Send both. Apollos. One sec. Okay. Send both. Apollos activate Syringe. Syringe, injure whoever is fighting against Plagueis, because it says battlefield, it doesn't say opposing. So, injure Buckeye's opponents. Deal 1 damage to either standby character or character that they're fighting against. Buckeye finishes them off. Because I can't think of any turn 1s that are stronger than 4-0 right now. I don't have enough experience with the game yet. Okay. They're moving. Okay, the gears are slowly shifting. We'll see what happens. Mono Necro for Plagueis. I don't know if that's true. I think that's really good, because I think you can get a lot. I think you can get a lot out of the identity, but I think to really truly get like the benefits of Plagueis, from what I'm seeing so far, you really want to use C in your deck to stack your excuse me, to really stack your essence area. Because if you're gonna take advantage of what's his face? If you're gonna take advantage of the boss monster for Plagueis, you also want to be running that card that steals and then expels characters. I think you want C with Plagueis to really get the full benefit. In fact, I probably want C with everything. I don't understand how there could be a competitive deck that doesn't utilize C in some way. Even if you don't use any of the characters from C and you have like mono Plagueis, just mono Plagueis decks, and that's it, I think you still incorporate a packet that uses C with Harem. I don't think there's a way you could be competitive without it, honestly. You haven't seen Death Whisper in Infectious Field yet. Hello, or Necrosphere. Oh, boy, we've got more stuff to look at. All right, so let's get off of Buckeye for a second. Okay, that's enough theory crafting for right now. Let's keep looking. Maestron. This character cannot be affected by the effects of your opponent's ability cards. Well, that's that. Alright, Maestron's cool. I like this. This is awesome. 2/2. 1 damage to any character. You killed me. I'm dead now. Okay. So, under normal circumstances, this is a horrible effect. I want everybody to understand that. Under normal circumstances, this effect actually is not that good. Because so far from what we've seen, 2 is enough to just either remove a character altogether or just like completely kill a character with what's his face? I keep forgetting his name, and I'm so sorry that I keep forgetting his name. The blue and pink bird thing, right? That thing just straight up offs a character for 2. Again, I think you need C to really get the most out of this. That being said, the fact that it requires 2 Necros specifically might actually balance this card out a little bit. But I still think C is necessary. I don't think you get around playing Plagueis without C. Plasma Necro plus C are the most mono sets for set 1. I really don't want to sit here and disagree with the creator of a card game, so I'm gonna keep looking through here. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that I'm not getting so far. But from what I'm seeing, I don't see how you don't use C, right? I think C packets are necessary for being a competitive player if this game hits mainstream. We'll see. Give me a second here. Okay, so essentially, pay 2, 1 damage to any character on the field. Okay, the fact that it's any character on the field means that this works incredibly well with our lockdown in that you lock down your opponent and then you slowly pick off any characters that you can't immediately control with other effects, or that have the capacity of dealing damage or injuring your characters. Let's keep going. Oh well, nope. We've already seen you, Krakoon. Stop trying to take even more of the spotlight. We know you're good. We've seen Maribol. We've seen Sphere and Bull. Spear. Ends. He's the bull. It's a Spear and Bull. I love it. Mascador we've seen. Faciesco we've seen. See, I told you guys it's going to be real easy after we got past some of this. Richie. I've seen you transformed. Reveal the top 6 cards of your deck. If there are any character cards with a turn count of 1 or less and dragging in its name, you can discard this character. In that case, put one of them in play and return the rest of your deck and shuffle. If not, shuffle the revealed cards into your deck. So he potentially turns into a turn 1. Is that good, though? I don't know. Okay. Drag Inks. Turn 1. Let's see. So he can turn into... Yeah. He can turn into Sasaki. Let's look at these. To Plasma, Zap Coin on one of your opponent's characters with a turn cost of 2 or less. Characters with Zap Coins gain the following effect. At the beginning of your strategy phase, burn 3 cards. Hold on. That's... I don't run mill strategies. But if I ran mill strategies, I would keep an extremely close eye on an effect like this. So the idea here is you place a zap coin on your opponent's best character, and then they have to make the decision whether they want to keep that character around or not. The only thing I would say that stops this card from being super good is this game has a lot of transform into boss monster energy going on, and if you put this onto a transform character, then they just transform out of it. But it's still really good. He put himself in discard to transform to Raikiri. Yeah, you're right. I forgot that that's what Raikiri did. So, okay. All right. It's all coming to me now. So the idea behind Richie is Richie plays discards himself for a different character from the top of your deck, and then during your next turn, if you can figure out a way to discard Raikiri, then you already have Richie in your discard pile, so you Raikiri for free. I get it. That makes a lot of sense. That's really good. It's friendly as game, very friendly. From what I'm seeing, yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting ways that you could mix different elements of this game, and in fact, I think for a lot of these strategies, you almost kind of have to, right? And I'll shut up about C and Harem for a second. Um, when you look at the archetypes here, right? So we'll go ahead and click and then go to Micromons because it's the top one. Micromons don't own an element within an archetype, right? So you could play Micromon Water and then pair up with C. You could play Micromon Fire and pair up with Dragon Kid. Dragons, from what I can see. Micromon into Necros to play Plagueis. It looks very interesting if you want to mix these archetypes together because the elements are so varied between some of them. Like obviously not with some of them. Like C, I don't think I really don't think they're Kane pirates within like anything besides C, right? No, this one's a little boring because it's all C, and then you have like you awkwardly have a Plagueis right here, and that's it. C is very splashable, pun intended. Let's leave the bad jokes to me. Stop trying to steal my thunder. Bad jokes are where I live. So, okay. Richie into Sasaki would be cards in your hand are not affected by your opponent's effects. Sideboard. Decent sideboard. Sideboard, and it's good that this card doesn't lose any power when it's injured. I'll give it that. That's good. Petunia. Okay, Richie into Petunia. When your opponent burns any cards, if any of those cards is a non-character card, they move an additional card to their discard pile. I'm about to be a mill player. So, Petunia plus Nadia is like the very best like mill strategy ever, right? Nadia, Zap Coin, Petunia in play. Nadia zaps for 3, and if any of those cards are not characters, then that adds to the amount that they have to get rid of. Here's a question. Okay, so official Primal people, I have an FAQ question for you. If a card is moved due to this effect, does that also trigger Petunia's effect? Like if I make my opponent burn 3 and one of those cards is an ability card, and then they have to burn another card, if the next card is also an ability card, does that trigger yet another card? I'll go ahead and move on while I'm waiting for the response to that. But I really don't get super excited over mill strategies, but I do think you could do something really interesting here if mill was your thing. Nadia plus Petunia, the Galil, and transform into a bunch of dragon. Yeah. No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's very balanced. Okay, and then these are not characters. All right, cool. So, okay, um, so I'll be honest here, I'm not seeing super good targets for Richie. I don't, unless you really like the Nadia Petunia thing, I really don't see a decent target yet. I'm gonna do a quick card search. We're gonna look up those zeros. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that zero search, by the way. And we're gonna see if there are any turn zero dragons that you can turn into that would be a little bit better. Kamiko. Okay. Kamiko. Probably everybody's like ultimate waifu for this game. Like, let's be real with each other. Like, if Rule 34 existed for this game, Kamiko would be the queen, I have a feeling. Actually, I take that back. Have you guys ever noticed, I'm going to go complete sidetrack here. Have you guys ever noticed that when it comes to Rule 34, they never really pick the sexiest character to be the Rule 34 target? That just never happens. Isn't that weird? It's very interesting. I think it's because people have a fascination with characters that weren't really intended to be sexy, but you make them sexy anyway, or you have a feeling that their lack of sexuality actually makes them even better sexual targets when you can sexualize them. It's an interesting little mindset game here. Okay, back into exploring a card game mode. Shoo. Alright. Kamiko's effects. When this character is put in play, you can discard one card from your hand. In that case, search your deck for one Dragon Kid character with a turn count of 2 or less. Okay, this is a really good target for Richie. Control and click reload button. Okay, I'll try it out in just a second. So, Richie into Kamiko. Kamiko effect triggers. You get a turn 2. And on top of that, 3 support for Richie's 3 combat, making a team of 6. It's solid. I like it. Kamiko is a good target so far. Let's go ahead and see what else we got. Now that we now that we know about her effect, we also need to keep an eye out for turn 2 or less. So we'll do a sweep for that in just a second, too. Let's keep looking for zeros first. Okay, Sophie. Hey, you look familiar. I think I made a joke about your boobs being big in a video. Reveal an ability card from your hand and move it to the bottom of your deck. In that case, draw one card. I don't know if her stats really justify that effect. I think she could be a 1-2. I think you guys could make her a 1-2. I think you guys are doing her dirty by making her a 1-1 and making her effect not that great. But anyways, just a little Okudo's opinion. This one's a 1. Why is this one a 1-2? When one of your dragon or dragon characters use an ability card, you can draw a card. Okay. Primal. Listen to me for a second. That effect is way better than your other character's effect. Unless there's some kind of hidden strategy that I haven't stumbled upon yet where the bottom card of your deck matters. This card should be a 1-1. The other card should be a 1-2. Because your hand size like actually increases a little bit when you use this. Technically it doesn't increase, because to be clear, you have to go -1 by playing an ability card. And then +1 when... Actually, wait a second. It says use an ability. Okay, FAQ number 2 to my official Primal people. When it says characters use an ability, Does that include ability effects printed on their card, or does it specifically mean an ability card? Because if it's an ability card, then you can't plus off of it, but you also don't minus, you go even. Look at Sophie's transformation, Balthazar. Okay, I'll take a look. Take a look. I'm just saying, if from the outlook, good effect and better stats. It's a little bit unfair, but I'll take a look at Balthazar. Ability is a card. Okay, great. So you can't plus off of it, but you also stop minusing when you play abilities. This is really good, honestly. Nanami. When this character is put in play, look at your opponent's hand. Select one revealed ability card and move it to their essence area. Tamari. That's cool. She's turn 1 Tamari. I like that. I mean, if you're gonna be running C anyway as like part of a packet, maybe include 2 copies of this card in that packet just to look at your opponent's hand and get rid of an ability card. Just like Tamari in the base game. Like, everybody used Tamari. It didn't matter what kind of deck you had, so I think your turn 0 lineup, if you're going to be running C and being a really meta player, I think 2 Nanami is going to be crucial. And that's it for zeros. Okay, all right. So now let's do another sweep for 2s and Balthazar. Okay, so Hoshiko, it's going to be our first one. When your opponent discards cards from the top from their deck due to one of your effects, you may draw a card. When your opponent discards a card from their hand due to one of your effects, you can draw a card. Okay, very specific use case, but a staple in the use case she's a part of. I understand. Definitely want to run this in your mill strategy that I talked about before. And she also branches out into hand control as well. That's cool. I like it. It's good. Izumi's the next one. If this character was put in play due to camouflage, it doesn't excite me. I'll see what she transforms into, but... Okay, so that's it here. Alright, let's cheat a little bit. Let's look up this Balthazar person, because I want to see. Okay. Sophie and a Balthazar. If this card was transformed into, it gains the following effect. Pay 2, reveal top 3 cards of your opponent's deck and hand. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, reveal the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck and hand. Discard one of the revealed cards and return 2 cards of your choice to the top of their deck in any order. Then return the remaining cards to your opponent's hand. I mean, it's okay. I don't see why this card means that poor Sophie can't get a 1-2 stat line instead of a 1-1 stat line. It's a good effect. I like it. You can look at your opponent's hand. You look at the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. You get to choose any one of the worst cards and just immediately off it so you don't have to deal with it anymore. Holy crap. These spam bots, man. You guys are making me want to kill myself in Minecraft. Reports. Spam, reports, and click. Back to what I was saying. It's good. I like that you can look at your opponent's hand and get rid of whatever their best card is. It's kind of like inverse harem in that you take away your opponent's best card instead of your opponent getting it. it doesn't make your opponent's hand size go down at all. That kind of sucks. It would have been a little bit better, I think, if maybe you put 3 cards back on top of your opponent's deck so their hand size went down a little bit. Especially if you're going to be paying 2 for this effect. But I don't know, it's fine. Whatever. Give Sophie 1 more support. Hashtag Sophie for 2 support movement. Turn 2 transform. Yeah, I see this. Turn 2 transform. It's fine. Again, like it's I see what I am being offered. I see what I'm being offered, and I agree that it is okay. I think Sophie can still have 2 support. I'm gonna stand by that. I think that's gonna be okay. Anyways. We've already looked that up. Okay, let's finally get off of Richie. Uh, I feel like I've wasted so much time just going off on random discussions here that I'm I'm completely behind on my time frame here. So let's go ahead and keep going. Honestly, I could do this all night. I could go for another 3 or 4 hours, but I don't want to keep everybody here. I want to be respectful of everybody's time, so I'm gonna do my best to not waste as much time now. Alright. When a dragon character is put in play, your opponent burns 3. If this character was put in play by transformation, draw 1. Oh, right, I remember this guy. Okay. So again, fine for burn strategies, not good for anything else. Unfortunately, Astrophanes, I love the artwork on this card. He's such a cool looking character. Still not a huge fan of what he actually does. And then Quetzal, we talked about before, is the character that I said did dirty by the thing. See, Quetzal, if there wasn't so much damage floating around in the game, I think Quetzal would be a really good Tesseract target. But there's too much damage to reliably use it. Go look on strategy, aha, infectious fields. We will get there eventually. So we're already done with characters. Let's go ahead and look at abilities. Really quickly while we're here, let's do the thing. Control F5. Hey! There it is. Good job, guys. Alright. Rare abilities. Let's see what we got. Not very many. Okay, so Misfortune. Target 1 Kane Pirates. The target is unaffected by your opponent's effects till the end of the turn. Expert Female. Search for 1 C ability in your deck and move it to your hand. This is a really good card. It's really good. It sort of swift dodges around some of your opponent's best effects. You can use it in response to one of your opponent's ability cards. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not bad. I probably wouldn't use it if I didn't have a female, so I could get the search off. Because I think 3 is too much for just this ability, especially when you've got something as obnoxious as the identity. But it's good. It's fine. I don't hate it. Retorts. Explosive retorts. That's a pun. I see what you guys did there. During your strategy phase, you can discard this card from your hand to move 3 cards from the bottom of your deck to your discard pile. Requirements. Turn count 4 or more. Target up to 2 characters with a turn count less than the user. Give 1 damage to the target. For 3? That seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. It's... Two characters from the... It doesn't say on the battlefields. So... It doesn't say on the battlefield, so I'm just going to point that out there. So just go out, opponent says, I'll give you 2, and you say, okay. In response to you giving me 2 battle rewards, deal 1 damage to those 2 characters right there. And then also on top of that, Apollos, I'm going to use Identity for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Deal 1 more damage to that character, and that character's dead. Give me my 2 battle rewards, please. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just very cynical. But again, it feels like there's a little bit too much damage floating around. Alright. So, good card. Amazing card, actually. Micromon Chump. Oh. Micromon Animal. Are there Micromons that aren't animals? Can we be real for a sec? 1 opposing character. Give the target 1 damage if the target was discarded, draw 2 cards. Nice. That's a good card. I like that. I like that a lot. It's still adding more damage to the game that I don't think needs to be there. And on top of that, with all of the injure effects you get too, I think that's a little bit... Because, okay, so here's the thing. Alright, you Micromon Chomp, and you target character. And then, on top of that, okay, next card in the stack, Syringe. And Syringe just happens to be used by Apollos, my boy. So, Syringe activates successfully, I guess, with the way that it was explained to me. It activates successfully, meaning that before its effect goes off, Apollos goes off, deals 1 damage to some random standby jerk, just some dude. And then Syringe effect pops, injure the character fighting against you, and then Micromon Chomp finishes that character, and you get to draw 2 cards off of it. It's good. It's really good. Maybe too good. We'll do some testing. Maybe too good. Enchantment. Requires enchant and a turn cost of 2 or more. Targets 1 Micromon with transform on your side of the field. Expel the target. Search for Micromon with transformation that has the target and its transformation requirements, and put it in play in the target's team. Okay, so from what I'm understanding, this doesn't transform the character, though. That's a problem. That's what you want, right? I think there are more efficient ways of getting these transformed characters out. To search for skill combat attribute. Enchant, you need to use the app. Okay. I'm not super impressed with this card. It seems okay, but I don't know if I'd use up a deck slot on it. Like, from what I've seen, there are much more deadly ways to use 2 Essence. Drag Inked, charge! Need to be a Durgan. Reveal the top card of your deck until you reveal a strategy or ability card. Right, we looked over this already. This is Heavenly Dance of White Milky Waves, or whatever it was called. Alright. So, last time we looked up strategy, it was fairly busted stuff. So, I'm excited to see what we've got here. Rapture. Move the target to your fields. The target cannot be sent out to battle this turn. At the end of your turn, return the target to your opponent's hands. So if it goes back to my opponent's hand, is that good or bad? It's good because then they have to spend another turn dropping it, but it's bad because if it's a character with transform, then hypothetically they could just replay the transform and then immediately transform it out. I think. I'm going to recheck the rules here, make sure that I'm not completely messing you guys up. Turn cost transforms met. The replaced characters move to the owner's essence. Unlike camouflage, this does not count as deployment. This card comes to play in healthy status. Okay. So, from what I'm understanding, you can indeed, if you return one of your opponent's characters with transform, they redrop that character and then just immediately transform anyway, which gets you nothing. Still really good, though. I think I'd still be comfortable running this at 1 or 2 in a packet, like a C packet. And then, of course, that completely nullifies the idea that you yourself could actually transform that character if you happen to have the cards. In fact, let me revisit this card for a second, okay? I promised that I wouldn't waste too much time, but I'm going to waste a little bit of time here. Because I need to get this idea into people's heads. Harem turn 2 to get one of your opponent's like transformation characters, and then Rapture turns 3 to get one of your opponent's transform targets transform into that character while it's on your side of the field. Could be good. I'm just saying it could be good. Not saying it necessarily is, but it has potential. Outlawed. Somebody mentioned this card before, so I'm expecting great things. Choose any characteristic. Characters with a chosen characteristic cannot be sent out to battle this turn. Your opponent can negate this effect by letting you draw 2 cards. Yep. I can see where we were a little excited to show me this card. Yeah, that's pretty good. So my theory that you don't need to run C characters in a packet is coming true, I think. Because I think so far from what I've seen, you run 2 Rapture, 3 Harem, 3 Outlaw, and then 2, what's it called? I talked about it in my video. What's it called? Gosh darn it. It's going to bother me. The other water strategy card that I talked about before. Darn it. I had it and I lost it. Give me 1 second. C strategy. I talked about it in my video. I know I did. This one, I think, just a few. Yeah, just a few. And then 2 just a fews. It's a packet of 10 cards. Excellent. Outlawed plus Yogador. I don't remember what Yogador is. I'm going to look up Yogador so I can get this out of the way. This is the guy. It's fine. At the end of your turn, draw 1 card for each character. I remember seeing him before. I get it. I get what we're doing with the outlaw thing. But I also don't see why, if your opponent sees you drop this combo, you don't just say, okay, go ahead and draw 2 cards then. Like, they're potentially going to get way more out of it if you don't let them have the 2 cards. So I say just let them play this and let it be Pot of Greed. Alright, what else we got? Pirate Crossing. Draw one card. Take up to X essence from your opponent and place it in your essence area, where X is the amount of pirate characters inside the field. Nice. So, probably better for mono C than anything else. Gosh darn it. Oh, spammers. Or spam. Please, YouTube. Grant me this one wish. My kingdom for decent spam bot protection. Alright. Back to what I was saying. Mono C, this is probably really great. Everything else, it's not that good. Right? Because you're not going to have enough pirates to justify this being a good card. And it relies too heavily on your opponent actually having a ton of essence saved up. Scourge of the Sea. I can't look yet. Scourge of the Sea. Alright, permanent 2. Exigent. I forgot what that means. Exigent means cards with this effect cannot have their effects be negated. Okay, so cannot be negated. Wait a second. Okay, so it targets one leader character card in your hands. Very clever. Very clever wording there. I see what you're doing, because that doesn't just mean pirate leaders. It means any leader. Put in play the target. When this strategy is removed from play, discard the target if it's still in play. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. I get it. I have received the exact message that you are giving me with this, okay? I read you loud and clear. I speak Primalese right now. Scourge of the Sea exists because you want to splash it with Necro, because Necro has abilities that require you to get rid of the character that you play. So the idea behind Scourge of the Sea is it's a complete misnomer. You're not supposed to use it with pirate leaders, because you're just going to lose your pirate leader in a couple of turns anyway, right? It exists because... let me do another quick card search here. You get yourself a leader Necro character. Like Zolodar. Or even, okay, Maestron's good too. Maestron's a great character. Okay, Maestron's cool. So, you Maestron, you just drop him straight into play. And then Maestron uses the other thing that I'm about to bring up. Necro ability. You go into where is it? I know it's here. It's a Reaper? No, it's not Reaper. It's... Where the heck is it? Okay, give me a second here. This is gonna be so cool when I get it. Here it is. Got it. Okay. So medical, so can it be... Okay, can't use it with Maestron. Okay, can't use it with Maestron. That's okay. Are you medical? You're not medical. Uh-oh. Am I talking out of my behind right now? You're medical. Okay, that's fine. Not as good, but that's still cool. Alright, so here's what you do. Alright, Scourge of the Sea into Plagueis Belarus. And then Belarus uses Plagueis Companion to then turn himself into a turn 4 character, thus getting rid of Scourge of the Sea and getting yourself a free turn 4 character that doesn't even seem to take up your deploy slot. And then you know what you target with Companion? Apollos. And then Apollos breaks the game for you. Scourge, Argelia, Captain Kane. Oh, I see. Okay. That's way easier than what I was talking about. Okay, that's the combo. You Scourge into Argelia. Argelia becomes Captain. Okay. I mean, I guess if you want to play the game on easy mode, okay, I'm over here trying to play Elden Ring, and you're trying to drop me down into, I don't know, what's a really easy game within that genre. I lost it. You know what I was trying to say. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Mercy. Draw one card, then move 5 cards with Plagueis in their name from your deck to the discard pile. You cannot attack with any Plagueis characters this turn. Oh, why is that last line there? It's a really good effect, though. It's a really good effect. So, Mercy gives you all of the targets you need for your other effects. It gives you okay, so Mercy enables your Zolathar, Zoltaire, whatever his name is. Mercy enables him to use his effects to put characters in play, and it also enables Apollos' chum, Apollos' buddy, Apollos' friendo, Apollos' bro into getting you more cards. You can't attack with any Plagueis character, though. Makes me think that maybe this card is meant to be splashed. Because Plagueis doesn't mean you can't attack with Micromon. Right? So, anyways. Camouflaged Training. Draw 2. While this card is in your essence area, your drag inked character cards in your essence gain camouflage. That's fine. I don't think that's bad. I mean, just playing this and drawing 2 is already giving you quite a hefty advantage. I think the whole camo thing is just icing on the cake. The only thing I'd say about this is I haven't seen too many consistent ways within dragging characters to get them into the essence area, but I might just not have run into it. In fact, maybe this is it? Search your deck for a dragon character, move to your hand. If you have a dragon character in play, you may search for a dragon that has any of your in-play dragon characters. Name in its transform requirements instead. That's good. Probably meant to be a requirement for dragging decks. I'm gonna be a brave little boy here and say that you probably don't even really need this card if you don't want to run it. I think you'd have to be pretty confident in your dragging strategy to feel like you need this card in your deck. It's pretty good though. I wouldn't say no if somebody told me to put 2 of this card in my deck. But I also don't think it's the most necessary card in the world. I think there's enough consistency that you don't need it, but we'll see. Dragonic Palace, permanent 3. Unique. During your strategy phase, you can discard 1 card from your hand. In that case, activate one of these effects. Move a dragon character from your discard pile to your hand. Discard the top card from your deck. Move the top card from your deck to your essence and draw 1 card. Oh, this seems like a pretty consistent way to get dragging characters into the essence. Okay, I like this. I like this. I still don't think drag inked is the way that I would go if I were building a competitive deck for this game, but I respect it. It's good. It's good stuff. All right, so we've looked up the rare strategies. Now let's get into some of these uncommons. This should go very, very quickly because we've looked at a lot of these cards already, but we're going to look at them anyways. So we've already looked at all these Kane pirates here. Let's go ahead and look at Bartholomew. What kind of weapon does Bartholomew have? Is that an axe? At the end of the turn, if this character used an ability, bury one card, then draw one card. Okay. Let me double check what bury does. Move cards from the bottom of your deck to your discard pile. Okay. So he pluses. He can plus really high, I think. Especially because you can also take discarded cards and throw them into your essence. This guy, he's okay. Okay, I see you guys. I see you. So he's plasma because you can use him to throw dragging characters into your thingy and then camouflage them into play. Okay, I see you. I see what you're doing. I like it. Death Whisper. When this character is put into play, attach a strategy card to it from your discard pile or remove from game area. Okay. During the attacker strategy, bury two cards. Apply the effect of the strategy card attached to this character. What? Alright, when this character is put in play, attach a strategy card to it from your discard pile or remove from game area. Okay, I got that part. Bury two cards in order to apply the effect. So I get all of that, but here's what gets me. All it says is to apply the effect of the strategy card attached to this character. Does that mean when you attach a strategy card to her, you can use it every single turn from that point on by burying two cards? I gotta be honest, that's a really bad idea if that's how that card works. That is... I off the top of my head, I can already think of like 3 cards that immediately break this card if that's how it works. Guys. So what? Just harem every single turn? Guys, no. That's not a good idea. That's gonna bootstrap you guys so hard. When you guys are it's everything's like flooding into my head about this card, like things that you can do with it. I don't know if I like it. I mean, obviously it's really good, but I don't think something like that's super healthy for the game. Right, Cat? Bean agrees with me. Bean didn't say he agrees with me, but we have a connection that lets me know that he agrees with me, even if he doesn't say it. Um, could be stomped in that. Yeah. So, okay, here's my thing. All right. It's not valid. So, I feel like there's enough healing within the game that an effect not being valid isn't necessarily going to kill how useful a card is. I understand there's a lot of damage that floats around in this game, but I just don't know. I think... Alright. I'll let it go for right now. It's fine. Let's move on to the next card, but I'm going to say this, okay? You let me put on my Kudo Wisdom hat for a second. I think an effect like this is going to make it very hard to design cards in a certain way in the future. That's my little nugget that you can take with you for the future. I think this card's very existence is going to create a problem when creating future strategy cards. All right, moving on. Experimentor. When this character is sent to battle, look at the bottom card of your deck. If it is a Plagueis card, resurrect a Plagueis character that meets the turn count and place it in this character's team. At the end of the turn, expel the character. It's fine. This is good. It's a pretty good card. It's pretty good. I think it's the best card, no, but it's pretty good. So I think the idea here is alright. So if you have a Plagueis at the bottom of your deck, then you go ahead and bring up a character, something like a Paulus, actually. Paulus legitimately pretty good target for this if you have something in your hand that a Paulus can use. Or alternatively, you could also bring up that other one. I don't remember his name. Regardless, okay, I think this card is really good for what it does, because if you can consistently bring out a character every turn and then let that character like die at the end of the turn or get expelled at the end of the turn, that's fine too. I think you can get a lot of value off this card. It's a good card. It's really well designed. Lilith. This character wins a victory. Move a card from your discard pile to your hands. Now the question is, does it not say... Okay, so it doesn't count outstanding victories. So if your opponent wants to, they can just meat puppet something in front of it to stop you from getting the effect. Right. Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking that. It's a good card. It's good. It's a decent frontliner for Plagueis, I think. Sharpshade. That is an awesome name. Sharpshade. I like that name a lot. When this character is sent out to attack, you can discard one card from your hand. In that case, move up to 2 cards. Nope, not specific, just cards. With Plagueis in their name from your removed from game area or discard pile to your essence. The effect is valid. He's a 7/0 when he's injured. I really like him. But at the same time, I also worry that gaining 2 Necro Essence for discarding 1 card from your hands every time you attack might actually not be that healthy. I don't want to keep saying healthy and not healthy, I know they're kind of buzzwords at this point because it's kind of like, well, I mean, everything that's good is just unhealthy. But I'm thinking with the context that I have from the other cards. Removed from play might be a little bit too powerful for this effect. I think maybe this would be a little bit better if it was maybe like specifically one card from removed from play and one card from the discard pile and put them into your essence. I think being able to continuously discard a card from your hand and then reach into your removed from play and grab 2 cards every time you attack with such a powerful attacker is I it's definitely questionable. It's something that I would definitely think about a lot. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna see if I can do this. Okay, I'm gonna see if this just fixes everything forever. So I have them, the spam bots, spammy boys. I have them just hidden from the channel so that hopefully all their stuff just gets deleted and nobody ever has to deal with it again. I don't think it'll work permanently, but it's the best I can do for right now. Alright. So yeah, I've said my piece. Sharpshade's really good. Maybe too good with the context of everything else. On its own, it's just good, but with the context of everything else, maybe too good. Potentially too good. Let's keep looking. We've already seen Spider. We've already seen Labarto. We've already seen Krogariacy. We've seen Nutcorn. We've seen Kamiko, Nadia, Izumi, Saki. We've seen Atonth. Okay, we've already seen all this stuff. See, going so fast now. Let's go ahead and look at the next one. Dinner. Who needs dinner? Am I right? Abilities. All right, brute strength. I haven't seen this one yet. User +5/+5 for what cost? How much does it cost? 3? Okay. That's not good. Let's see what else it does. You can discard 1 card at the end of your turn to move this card back to your hand. Okay, I'm gonna give this card a pass. It's not good standalone, but it is good. No, excuse me, but it is good knowing how much essence C has to throw around. Not good in a vacuum, pretty good outside of the vacuum. Petrification. This is the standby one, right? Yeah. Petrification is pretty good. Companion we've already looked at, it's pretty good. Reaper we've already looked at a little bit, but we didn't look into it too far. At the end of your turn, if this card is in your discard pile, you can bury 2 cards to move this card to your hands. Requirements. Turn count of 2 or more. Target 1 opposing character. Move the target to your opponent's hand, then expel the user. Pretty good. I wouldn't say it's nearly as good as a lot of other effects we've seen already, but it's pretty good. Elemental Gathering. So here's another interesting thing I want to throw out there, right? Harem into Elemental Gathering. What do you think, guys? Obviously, it's not the most reliable thing in the world, but Harem steals 3 cards from your opponent's deck, right? So you get those 3 cards, and then you can potentially those 3 cards into like the 2 cards from your excuse me, the 2 cards that you get from Harem. So for example, you use Harem, and as payment you use like a Micromon that has multi-elemental or whatever, and then potentially just Elemental Gathering like immediately. Anyway, Okay, so five-pronged seal. Let's get into it. This card is considered to have all of the elements. Requirements. It's an enchant, and you can put in play up to 5 characters from your discard pile. So, ridiculous effect if you can figure out a way to get it off. I do think that this card is balanced in the sense that you do need to run a deck around this, or else you'll never pull it off. And if you don't pull it off, I can see a deck that runs like this being very subpar. Not immediately lose the game, not a deck that cannot be run, but your deck is subpar, and then if you pull this off, it's phenomenal. So it's all risk, all reward. And I like strategies like that. I think that's really cool. I could probably see myself running something like this for the fun of it. Water Devil. Turn count 2 or more. One character with a turn count of 2 or less. Move the target to its owner's hands. Expert, if it's a C Micromon character, draw X cards, then discard X cards from your opponent's hand. X equals the number of your of your in-play Micromon characters. Neat. I like it a lot. It's really cool, actually. Because if you're running the whole Micromon strategy, then you could hypothetically, later into the game, you Water Devil and return character to your opponent's hand, and then you just have enough Micromon in play to then discard your opponent's entire hand, including the character that you sent back. And then your opponent top decks for the rest of the game. I respect it. I think this would be a really cool thing to build your deck around. Okay, it's essentially a Hyuga deck, all encompassed within this one card. You could make this happen into something, I think. Okay, Transformative Clash. Requires transformation. Every character opposing the user. The effect is discard the user, then give 1 damage to any target with a higher turn count than the user. Give 2 damage to any target with a turn count less than or equal to the user. That's really good. Did it really need to cost 3 colorless? I think maybe requiring at least one of those be plasma might have been a good idea. I think. I think this card might also have some fairly unhealthy implications. I'm just being real with you. It's way too easy to use damage to control which characters your opponent has in play and which characters they don't. So if you have a turn 6 in play, right? Let's say we're out there running the Eveltal, whatever his name is, okay? Bubblegum Bird Guy. Okay, so we're running Bubblegum Bird Guy, and our opponent is like, aha, I've got the one up on you. I'm going to use Sugar Daddy's effect to deal 1 damage, and I'm also going to pair that with Syringe to injure and then deal 1 damage, and you say, okay, Transformative Clash, I lose 1 character, you lose 3 characters, as well as everything that you just paid. It's really good. Like, really, really good. And from what I've seen, almost every deck has some form of transformation in it. That's not a 100% rule. I've definitely seen some ideas for decks that wouldn't have it. But I don't know. We're gonna take a really quick break because Cat wants to go outside. So I'll see you guys in just a second. Yeah. Did you change it? Come on. Apparently, Cat doesn't want to go outside. Apparently, Cat just wants attention. I'm sorry, Cat. Really am. I want to finish, though. I feel like I'm so close. I'm so close to the end. All right. So this card really good. Potentially too good, especially for an uncommon. At least make it a rare. That's what I'm going to say about that. Draconian Showers. Cat. Cat. Shush. Shush. Okay, Dragon. Turn count of 4 or more. X number of your opponent's characters. Give 1 damage to the target. If X is more than 2, then draw 1 card. Okay. I'm doing some math in my head here. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. So you're essentially, all right. If we're using this as a baseline, we're basically saying that 1 essence is 1 damage. I think you can get a little bit too much value off of this, considering the fact that it's just opponent's characters and not opponent's characters on the battlefield or anything. I mean, if okay, let's beat that drum one more time. If I'm running a C deck and I'm stacking up chakra because of all of my beautiful harem ladies, just doing that one time potentially gives me 4 damage. Because if one of those cards is fire, if I take like a C fire card, for example, and use that to pay the cost of harem, and then just dump the other 3 cards that I get off of harem, then attack with my dragon, draconian shower, into 4 damage on my opponent's side of the field. It's balanced in the sense that you can't give anybody multiple damage at once, so that's cool. That's really good, but you can basically use it to just sort of sweep up the remains of any of your opponent's injured characters and then damage a bunch of other characters. I really like this card. It adds to the idea, though, that there's a little bit too much damage in the game, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hopefully it's mine that's made up this time. Alright, so let's take a look at Flight Focus. Needs to be a winged character, Every character in the user's team and the team battling against the user that do not have wings, levitate, or flight make the character standby character. Okay, that's good. That's a fairly balanced card, actually, compared to all the things that we've seen so far. That's really balanced. I'm seeing this as primarily an anti-meta card, though. Because this steps over Plagueis, for sure. This steps over Sea Captain Sugar Daddy Kane, for sure. Yeah, this could be a really, really decent anti-meta card, I think. That's pretty cool. Do our usual cleanup of these guys here. Alright, next up, we have Dragon Breath. 3 to remove opposing back characters from the game. It's pretty good. Doesn't deal damage, but... Okay, so with my baseline from before, if you're fighting against a team with 3 characters, you are paying... like 1.5. No, okay, just hold on a second. All right, so you're paying 3. You're dealing the equivalent to 4 damage. So okay, so you're paying a little bit less per damage for this card, but it does come with the caveat that it has to be characters fighting against you, so you can at least plan around it, and it's limited in the sense that you can't just choose random characters that aren't even on the battlefield as targets. So I think this is a really fair card. I think it's really balanced. I'm still not seeing too much within Dragons that I would personally be that excited to run, but I think it's fine. It's pretty good. All right. Uncommon strategies. Okay, only 10 of these. All right. See, we're getting there. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done. If somehow you're watching this on YouTube and you've made it this far, you are a trooper. Go get yourself something delicious for dinner tonight. During a strategy phase, you can draw 1 card, then discard 1 card. At the end of your turn, draw 1 card for every pirate you did not send out to battle this turn. Hold up. That is potentially a lot of cards. So if you're already winning the game and you just drop docked and you've got 5 characters in play, and then you just choose to just abstain from attacking for a turn, you draw 5 more cards? That doesn't seem very... That seems a little too good. Seems a little bit too good. I don't know if I agree with that. It's a little bit too much. Now, this comes with the caveat that in order for this card to be as good as it is, you do have to pretty much just be running mono pirates. You can't splash this card. This card is impossible to splash, really. Or at least you really don't want to. So... Okay. This is an acceptable card. It's mind-numbingly powerful, but it's only powerful within one very specific deck type. And I think that makes it a lot more balanced. I'm okay with it. Okay, so getting back to just a few, of course. This is a card I mentioned before. Look at your opponent's hand, move 1 card to the essence and 1 card to their discard pile, then your opponent draws 2 cards. I still think it's a pretty good card. Halls of the Crows. Discard 1 Necro card, search your deck for 2 Necro characters. It's good. Like, what can I say about it? It's good. The fact that it's Necro and not Plagueis might lead to some pretty problematic design in the future. One sec. Cat once back in. All right. So like I was saying before, I mean, obviously this is a really good card. I don't see how you run Necro and you don't run at least 2 of this card. You are embarrassing me in front of everybody right now. Obscurity. Bury 2 cards. In that case, select 5 cards from your discard pile. Your opponent randomly chooses one of the cards. If the card chosen by your opponent was a Plagueis character, put it in play if it meets the turn count. Otherwise, move it to your hand. It's so balanced. I really like the design of this card. I think this is really good. Because you're burying 2, which is already good for this kind of deck. And then you are basically forcing your opponent into summoning a Plagueis character for you. So you're getting more than 1 summon per turn, which is pretty good. I could definitely see where Plagueis mono decks are probably pretty darn good with cards like this that exist. Dr. Royale. Your teams with 1 or more medical characters can only be blocked by teams with 1 or more medical characters this turn. I smell a cheese deck. I think this card might be one of the tools we need to breaking this game. I think they're gonna regret making this card a little bit further into the game's lifespan. It seems. I don't know. I'm very questionable here about whether or not this card was a good idea. So here, okay, let me explain myself before I continue just being my old Kudo-kun self and being really dismissive of this. The reason that this is so problematic is because you have so much control over which of your opponent's characters are in play because of how rampant the damage is in this game. So if your opponent does manage to get 1 or 2 medical characters in play, then you can make your entire strategy just getting rid of potential medical characters on your opponent's side of the field, and then making sure you have at least 3 medical characters in play. And then you can make 3 teams of 5 and swing for 6. Just get 6 battle rewards. What can your opponent do about it? If you are specifically targeting out their medical characters, and then your opponent's just left with a bunch of non-medical characters, then you just swing, give me 6 battle rewards, and then next turn, if you drop a second Dr. Royale, you just win. Turn 4, Royale, swing for 6 battle rewards, or just 5. Actually, you don't even need 6. You can just have 2 teams of 5, and then a team of 1, and you go, boom, I'll take it. And with all of the cards within Necro that seem to be focused around bringing stuff back from the dead, I almost said simultaneously. That's not what I meant to say at all. Things that bring back cards from the discard pile temporarily. I think Dr. Royale could be a 2-turn win strategy. I think I think this card is a little bit unhealthy. I know I keep saying they're unhealthy. I legitimately believe it though. I think a lot of these cards are too powerful for a first set. There's too much damage floating around. I know I've said that a billion times. I'll say it a billion times more because I think it's true. There's too much damage floating around, and there's too many really cheesy, easy to pull off strategies that don't seem like that much fun to play against. But again, that is the entire point. That's why we're here. We're trying to break a game. If everything is really good, doesn't that kind of balance everything? The power level of the game is really high compared to Naruto. No. And I'll explain why happily. When you exist within a frame of everything being good, then games are usually decided by who got the nut draw, right? So, for example, if you have two decks, okay, and they're both extremely good decks, you have one mono Plagueis deck that runs this Dr. Royale card that we just talked about, and then you've got another Micromon deck that runs a high damage lockdown deck. Then you have these two decks, and they're both extremely good, right? Which one of them drew the best opening hands? That's the winner. Like that's normally what this boils down to. See, in a game like Naruto, one of the things that made Naruto such an iconic game is the progression of the game itself. At the beginning, sure, one person could be really far ahead, but then like turn 6, you drop that really legendary Orochimaru is just gonna win you the game. You drop that Orochimaru, you've got a Jutsu card that's going to turn this whole game around, and then you and your opponent start going back and forth, and now you're dropping like all of these late game things, and even if you did horrible in the early game, you've got all of this comeback potential. And another thing about Naruto is you had a lot of control over how your turns actually went. So, for example, your opponent attacks into you, and you have the choice of not blocking for the sole purpose of keeping your characters alive. So that you're trading early game momentum for the ability to come back easier in the later parts of the game. When a game has so many tier 0 options available, it's a lot less likely that you're going to have a game that comes down to who was able to micromanage their fields the best, who made the best decisions when it came to blocking or not blocking. And you put give me a second to hide this here, and you put the winner of the game more in the hands of who got their strategy off first, which is not normally a healthy place for a game to be in. Consistently good is better than explosively good, if that makes any sense. If two decks are consistently good, that means they're consistent in being able to keep up a little bit of pressure slowly until it builds into a big finale that either wins you the game or fails and your opponent has a chance of counterattacking you. But when a game is too explosive, then it comes down to who can consistently pull off the big explosive move that wins them the game. Anyways, regardless, okay, I'm rambling now. I recognize it. Let's get out of here. Dr. Royale, too good. I think you could build a very easy cheese win strategy where you just win on turn 5 consistently because you've controlled the field using damage control effects. Okay, Micromon Restraint. The target cannot be sent out to battle. So, okay, you target one of your Micromon characters. Target cannot be sent out to battle. At the beginning of your opponent's turn, you can move the target to your hand, then put in play 2 Micromon characters. Characters' turn count, 'count, 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 Okay. So I see what they want to do here. The idea is, all right. The idea is you target one of your micromons, and then you use Spider to flip that micromon back to your hand and then replay it. That way you get to cheat, right? At the beginning of your opponent's turn, you actually maybe that doesn't work. Maybe that doesn't work. X-nay everything that I said. I thought about it again, and I don't think the strategy that I'm about to propose works. So this is pretty okay. You put a Micromon back in your hand. If it's got a really good play effects, then you're going to love that anyway, so why not? And then in to trade off, you get 2 summons out of it. So it's good. It's a really, really good card. I'd probably run this in all of my Micromon decks if I was interested in running that deck type. Masked Spirit. Draw 1 card, then move 1 masked character from your field to your hand, and then put in play a spirit character from your hand that has the same or less turn count. Are spirit characters like super good or something? Let's find out. A Kraken's a spirit, so that's cool. And yeah, Facciesco. So Facciesco is on the artwork of this card. So I'm guessing that was on purpose. It was meant to be one of the cards that you get. You can get not Cornea. Okay. So this is a really decent card for a very specific kind of deck. Not a splashable card. You do have to build around it, but it could be pretty good within its own deck type. Chronic Hatchling. Search your deck for 1 turn count 2 or less character. Reveal it to your opponent and move it to your hand. If you searched for a Micromon character, draw 1 card. Why is it C and Terra? I really don't like that this and Microsphere have the same elements. That triggers me a lot, actually. Because it's like you Microsphere turn 0, you Hatchling turn 1, and you've got so much consistency in a deck that seems so unfair to play against in the early game. Interesting decision. Let's go ahead and just leave it at it's an interesting decision. I mean, obviously, it's a really good card. What can I say at this point? It's really consistent. Night Tentacles. If you have any sea monster characters in play, you can search for 2 ability cards with requirement sea monster in your deck. Show them to your opponent, and then place them in your hand and shuffle your deck. Okay. I don't remember sea monster ability cards. Let's look for it. Sea monster ability cards. What am I getting off of Night Tentacles? Oh, you're getting Water Devil. Nice. Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that. I think Water Devil's a really cool card. What we got with Tidal Vortex? Requirements, Sea Monster. Target one of your opponent's battle rewards. Turn the target face up, then randomly discard up to X cards from your opponent's hand. X equals the number of elements on the target. That card kind of sucks. It's a really bad card. What's this one? Discard up to X number of cards from your opponent's hand at random. X equals the number of C cards in your essence area, but the maximum value of X is 2, just like Byakugan. But why wouldn't I just get Water Devil? Why would I want any card that isn't just Water Devil. Because Water Devil doesn't even have, like, a max, right? Like, it. I don't know. If my goal, right, if my goal is to use this strategy to mill out my opponent, I think Water Devil is an absolute 3 of. These ones, if I had to pick, I would of course pick Camouflaged Siege, and then I would just use this to control my opponent's hand. So again, it's fine for a specific type of deck. Dragonic Graveyard. I'm actually really glad they told me it was Dragonic Graveyard, because when I first saw this artwork, I thought this was like a bone spider. I'm actually a little bit upset that it's not a bone spider, if I'm being completely honest, but it's still. You can't get Water Devil with that strategy. Uh-oh. Whoops. Did I mess something up? One sec. Search for. Oh, cause okay, I get it. You're right. You got me. That one's on me, guys. Anyways, Dragonic Graveyard. Your opponent cannot put in play dragon characters their next turn or the following. You can move one of your opponent's dragon characters from their discard pile to your field. You can play this strategy card from your discard pile by removing it from the game. So, sideboard. Definitely not a main board card, but if you sideboard it, it could really, really mess with your opponent. Okay. I'm down with it. We're on the last sets. Let's go ahead and do our commons run, and then we are good to go. Wow, there are a lot more commons than I thought there would be. That's okay, though. We've already looked at most of these, right? We looked at all of the Kane pirates. I even see this thing. This thing's adorable. While you have an animal character, this character gains +2/+1, so it's a 2/3. That's respectable. That's not a bad drop. I like that. And the fact that its effect is valid is really cool, too. Matilda. Matilda looks like a Saw character. Anybody else notice that? This character gains +1/+1 for every Plagueis character in its team. That's balanced fairly, right? Because it can be like 4 support, but 4 support's not like the craziest thing that we've seen. That's good. It's a pretty good card. When this character is put in play, move the bottom card of your deck to your discard pile. Excuse me. Isn't that just bury, though? I'm a little confused why we came up with the keyword bury and then we didn't just use it here. Bury one card. If the card you moved was a Plagueis card, move one card from your discard pile to your hand. Iron Scraps, it's pretty good. He's medical, so you can use him for the medical strategy I was talking about before. I think that might elevate him slightly. And I mean, he's essentially like drawing a card, so it's pretty okay. Edna. Okay, so I actually really like Edna. Not because of her effect. I don't know what her effect is yet. But I love that in her design, she's got this like little red and yellow Christmassy bow tie. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen. This might be my favorite character lore-wise, specifically because she looks like this like really hyper sad plague doctor, and she's got a little red and yellow bow tie on. I think that's super cute. But anyways, get this back to normal here. No effects. Shigure. It's totally fine. Shigure, but stronger. Nightshade. This character gets +1/+1 for every 5 cards in your discard pile. I don't think that's that good. I wouldn't use it personally. I think one of the things that makes Plagueis so interesting and so good is that you're consistently moving cards out of your discard pile, right? Cards go from your discard pile to removed from the game, and then from removed from the game back into the essence, and then you're sort of cycling through. I think having a card that relies so heavily on cards staying in your discard pile, it's not that good. On top of that, it's really questionable because you have, I think a thunderstorm just started. That's really exciting. Anyways, it's really questionable because he's a turn 0, and by the time you get 10 cards in your discard pile, I like, are you really not gonna have like a better turn 1 or turn 2 drop? Because if you have 10 cards in your discard pile, this is a 5/2. And by the time that happens, you're probably going to be at least 2 turns into the game, right? Possibly way more than that. He's not medical, so we can't cheese with him. I think this is not a good card. Confirmed, Nightshade, not a good card. Alright, so our one Plagueis Pirate. Let's see him. Cleanse 2 cards, move 1 card from your opponent's essence to your essence area. This is a really exciting card. I really like this. I think this is really cool. Again, it retains that idea of stealing cards from your opponent's side of the field. Super into that. Love it to death. And you get it through just cleansing a couple of cards, which is really easy for this deck to do. Really like this. Would probably throw in 2 of these into a Plagueis deck. Might be one of my favorite Plagueis cards, if I'm being honest. Alrighty. Necrosurgeon. At the end of your turn, you can pay 1 Necro. In that case, move 1 Necro card from your discard pile to the top of your deck. I like it in theory. He's definitely not one of my favorites, but I really like the idea of this in theory. Specifically because I think you could do a lot of really interesting stuff with recycling stuff. Like, when you pay the cost of an ability, the cards go from your essence to your discard pile, and then those cards can go right back to the top of your deck. So it lets you recycle a lot of things like strategy cards. So I think I'm a big fan of that card. It's not as big a fan as some of the other cards I've seen. Rafiki. Oh, I like that. When this card is expelled, draw 1 card. During strategy, you can move this character to the bottom of your deck, discard 1 in-play non-character card, and draw 1 card. Side deck. Side deck. Wouldn't main deck it, but side deck for sure. Tarpalgus. That's such an intimidating name. Let's see if he lives up to it. When this character wins any battle reward, move 2 cards from the bottom of your deck to your essence. He's medical. Why? So, you knife your opponent out with this card, and then he fills up your essence for doing so. He basically rewards you for doing the strategy I was talking about before. Oh no. I mean, what can I say? I like it. I think what I'm gonna have to do is just build this super cheesy turn 5 win deck and test it out a little bit. Because if it works like it works in my head, I don't know if I like the fact that it exists, but I'm gonna play around with it a little bit. Again, a huge thank you for putting it on Tabletop Simulator so I can play around with these concepts. Can't wait to try out some of the stuff that I'm theory crafting here. Okay, Valoris, we've already looked at him, but I don't remember what he does. Uses an ability. You can pay its cost by cleansing the same amount of cards as its cost. Medical. Okay, medical, archer. I think he's fine. I think he's pretty good. He has a really good stat line. I don't think this ability is broken at all, but I think you could build around him to make his effects pop a little bit. I think he's really good. He's a really well-designed card. Okay, we've already looked at these. Already looked at these. All this stuff we've already looked at. Okay, I don't remember looking at this. Alrighty, Ryu. Drag Inked Zola. At the start of your turn, if you control 2 or more characters with an air element, you can discard the top 2 cards of your deck to draw 1 card. It's pretty good, but I don't remember air being that broken. So, if you control 2 or more characters with an air element, meaning he counts for his own effect, so you can pop it during the turn he comes out by your turn 0 play being an air card. So, it's eh. It's kind of on the eh side. It's eh. And then Heliol, don't remember looking at you. We'll look at you again. This card was transformed to play. You may put in play 1 drag inked character from your essence, or move 1 dragon character from your essence to your hands. That's a really good spirit target. That's probably a better spirit target than the one that I was looking at before. So, I like this card. Scarves transform play. Let me make sure that I'm not about to misspeak. Okay, I'm not going to. So discard gets you multiple summons in 1 turn, and that's really cool. That's really the only thing I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading it correctly, and you did get the multiple summons. And then we've already looked at Centurion, I think. Let me double check. If this character is put in play with transformation, move 1 of your... Yeah, we've already looked at this card. And it's still fine. Man, we are so close, you guys. You are real troopers for making it this far. Heliol plus Comico transformation is good. Yeah, I can imagine. Because it transforms off of Comico. So yeah. I could see that card being really good in a dragon-based deck. Alright, so some common abilities here. Hungry Ambition. Can't look at the artwork to this card, man. I like it. I like the artwork. It's just... It's so silly. Okay. Serious mode. Take 1 of your opponent's essence and place it in your essence area. If you have the steal ability, you can take another essence and draw 1 card. So you're plussing off of this really easily. I think this is actually really good value. Because it costs 2, but then you get 2 cards from your opponent's essence area to replace the 2 that you paid, and then you get this. So you end up with +1 essence, and then you also get to draw a card, so you're not minusing from your hand either. So your hand goes even, and your essence goes +1, and your opponent's essence goes -2. Really, really value-heavy card. I like it. It's a good It's a good card. Faint. Okay, somebody mentioned this card before. It better be good. Swordsman or weapon. One character turn count 3 or less. Give the target 1 damage. Why? Ah. There's too much damage in this game. There's too much. It's too much damage in this game. And it's water Terra. It's sea Terra. So you can... I mean, luckily, yeah, like you can't use it with any of the micromons that I can think of off the top of my head, but again, I feel like if you built... Okay, so here's what you do. You early game pirates into mid game micromon into late game just damage, 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 win. Like that's the progression that I'm seeing for a competitive deck here. And I don't think this helps. I mean, what do you want me to say? It's a really good card. It's amazing, actually. It's fantastic. Way of the Sword. When opposing character, for 2, you can injure the target. And then if you have a turn cost of 3 or more, this goes back to your hand at the end of the turn. Okay. This raises a pretty interesting point. Hypothetically, if this card ends up like in your discard pile, does the effect float? Like if I think the way this is meant to work is you play it and then it goes to your essence and then it pops back up from your essence into your hands. But what if it's not in your essence anymore? Like does the effect still float and it still like wafts its way back into your hands? It's really interesting. I don't know if this is necessarily a great card. In fact, I'm almost certain that it's not that great of a card, but I think that raises an interesting question. It says card, so yeah. Okay. All right. I trust you. Buried Treasure. Costs 2. Can only be used by pirates. Move one of your opponent's battle rewards to your essence area. Steal. Move 2 of your opponent's battle rewards to your essence area. I'm sorry. Move 2 of your opponent's battle rewards to your hand. Am I reading this right? That sounds like you can take 3 of your opponent's battle rewards. And that sounds like too many. That sounds like too many. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here and say that I'm probably misreading this card. And it's either you move one of your opponent's battle rewards to your essence area, or if you've mastered, you move 2 opponent's battle rewards to your hand instead of the one to your essence area. I'm going to choose to believe that that's the way that the card works. In which case, it's really good, actually. This feeds into my idea that sea is just the best second element that you could possibly have. Because you could run a really interesting strategy where like you basically just completely give up on the early game and then just use buried treasure as a way of compensating for the early game that you just chose not to play. I think that's pretty neat. Syringe, we already know. Identity, we already know. Pandemonium. Requirements, masked. Every character in the user's team and the team battling against the users that do not have a mask characteristic. Can you guess what it does? It gives 1 damage to the target. So it damages everybody in the user's team as well as the opponent's team that don't have masked. So obviously you can play around this to make sure that none of your characters have masked. so that you're essentially paying 3 to deal 3 damage to your opponent's side of the board. I mean, on the bright side, it doesn't have Plagueis in the name, so Apollos can't take advantage of it. That's good. Venom Wave. Every character opposing the user. Flip a coin for every target. If you flip heads, the target cannot be sent out to battle during the next turn. If you flip tails, your opponent wins 1 battle reward. Expert Poison. If you flip heads, distribute a poison coin to any character. I get the idea, but it's not that good. Okay. Micromon Shield. The user's team. The target is unaffected by your opponent's abilities and cannot receive any damage this turn. I mean, it's Necro, and it costs 2 colorless. I'd say that makes it pretty good. Right? I'd say that's a pretty good card. Because it's an immediate answer to any of your opponent's cards. And this is a game that desperately needs more damage mitigation. So, overall, I'm going to say it's pretty good. It's pretty good effects. I like it. Nightwing. Requirements Winged. Targets 1 opposing character. Remove the user ends the target from the game. At the end of the turn, return the target to its original team and give it 1 damage. Then return the user of this ability back to its original team in any position. Too much damage. It's too much. Tidal Vortex. Sea Monster. I already read this. Camouflage Siege, I already read that too. Drag Ink Symbiosis, I have already read this, but I don't remember it. Right, this is the burn one. Okay, never mind. We're good. And then Draco Release, I remember reading that one too. Okay, guys, this is it. This is the grand finale. Common strategy. And then we are done for the night. Let's see what we got. We've already looked at some of these, I think. Alright. So, Plagueis Aid. Move 3 cards from your discard pile to your deck, then draw 1. Respectable. I like it. It's a fairly decent card. Maybe not the best draw engine out there, but it's pretty good. Infectious Fields. Permanent for 2. All characters without masked on the field are changed to injured stats. All masked characters get +1/+1. I mean, what do you want me to say? In a game where I have already complained to death about how easy it is to deal the damage to something, a card that in most cases is going to turn all of your opponent's characters into injured status for 2 turns. What do you want me to say? What do you want out of me? It's whatever you think I think about this card is probably right. Let's move on. We're too close to the finish line to be starting rants now. Black Wings. Permanent 2. Only Necro characters can be sent out to attack. Okay. Alright, sent out to attack is good. I thought it said send out to battle at first. Send out to attack is fine. Your opponent can negate and discard this card by discarding one of their in-play characters. That's okay. That's a really good card. I really like that card, actually. I think that's great. Gives your opponent a choice. If there's interaction, your opponent can choose to not attack and just sit back, deal with you for a couple of turns, or they can choose to discard an in-play character. I could see where this card would be a little bit irritating if you played like one right after another, but overall, good card. It's healthy. It's interesting. I like it a lot, actually. Dashing Kenku. What does that mean? Search for one humanoid character or one Necro ability card from your deck and move it to your hands. I'm just going to say the word Apollos, and then I'm going to move on with my life. I have not... Okay, I've been at this for like 4.5 hours now. I have not given up on that idea that Apollos has the potential to break this game. I still, this far in, have that conception that Apollos has the potential to break this game. Abyss Destroyer. The target gains the following effects, which is a sea monster. When this character wins a victory or an outstanding victory, you can discard up to 3 of your opponent's essences. Okay. It's fine, I guess. Dragonify. Move this strategy card into your field as a Micromon with 5/0 in healthy and injured. It also has valid. This character cannot be sent out to attack. Okay. So it's just like a sea monster from Runeterra. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is something that the creators are already aware of, considering there's already a League of Legends characters within Primal TCG. They probably have also played Runeterra, and that's probably where they got this idea from, but I think it's a really cool idea, so I'm okay with it. Monstrous Will. If you have Foro or Chauncey in play, you can move either of them to your essence. In that case, transform to either Lobarto or Mascardo from your deck. While this card is in your essence, your masked characters get +1/+1. Doesn't that make Lobarto like a 9/5? It's pretty good. I still think it's a little bit ridiculous, but that's okay. I think with how easy it is to damage Lobarto down, it's not even that big of a problem. Oh, what's that? You're not medical? Oh, well. Let me just win the game real quick. Or let me go into Bubblegum Bird Guy and deal 2 damage real quick. Let me hit a couple of feints. Feints. Your 9/6 is dead. Oh man. Necrosphere. People hypes this card up. Let's see what it does. Permanent 3. Unique, and its effect is characters without a Necro element cannot be sent out to attack the turn they're put into play. That's fair. At the start of your turn, you can bury 2 cards from your deck. That's also fair. Okay, so it's fine. I don't remember what the context was for somebody telling me to keep an eye out for this card. But it's just an okay card. If I'm being honest, I don't think I like it as much as the other card that made an opponent get rid of a character if they wanted to undo it. I mean, this one, obviously, it's a turn 0, so that's cool. It doesn't have a hand cost, which is also pretty cool. Does that mean I necessarily like it? Eh, it's cool. I don't know if it's necessarily a card that excites me, but if somebody told me that the metagame was to throw like two of these into a Plagueis deck, I would believe them. Intimidation. Permanent unique. During your strategy phase, reveal the top card of your deck. If the revealed card has a plasma or a fire element, move it to your hand. In that case, discard one card from your hand. Otherwise, return it and discard the top two cards of your deck. I mean, do I really need to discard a card for this? I feel like that's excessive. With everything else that we've seen, I feel like some of these elements kind of got a bad rap. Like, I feel like C and Necro came out of this so good. Like, they are like the MVPs from what I've seen of set 1. It feels like there's just so many limitations on cards that don't really need the limitations that they have. Like, would it have really been that bad if I just moved it to my hand and then I didn't discard a card from my hands? I don't necessarily think so. I think that's complication for the sake of complication. Alright, flight tag. During this turn only, flight, winged, or levitate characters can be sent out to battle. So what you're telling me is it's the knife card, but for other elements? Nope, because your opponent can do something about this one. Your opponent can negate this card by discarding one character with a turn count of 3 or more. This is way healthier than the other one. The other one needs a requirement like this. In fact, just copy-paste the requirement from this card and put it on the knife card. And I think that card will be just fine. Where were we? Okay. Dragonic Beginnings. This looks like a My Little Pony card. Remove from the game 3 dragon characters from your deck, and then shuffle your deck. In that case, draw 3 cards. That's a little bit too good. I'm going to disagree with this card's existence real quick. You're +1ing off of it on top of the 2 essence you gain by playing the card in the first place. And you can build a deck around being able to get rid of 3 dragons and be fine. Like, if you built a deck with like 12 dragons in it, I could very comfortably play 2 of these in a game, get rid of 6 and still have 6 dragons. I guess one kind of neat thing about this is if you wanted to build a packet that was plasma dragons, you could do that and then have dragons to your deck whose sole purpose was to be gotten rid of by Dragonic Beginnings. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because I think there are probably ways that you could take really good advantage of this card. But at the same time, it does have enough stipulations that I don't think it's necessarily like busted or anything. Because if you happen to draw into those dragons, you're screwed. This is pretty much just a dead card. So it does punish you for trying to break it by telling you that you have to commit at least a little bit into making it as good as it potentially could be. So I think the payoff's a little bit too much, but I also don't think it's going to break anything. So it's in a good spot. Pentadragon Summon. 5-headed dragon. Feel like you guys got that idea from somewhere. Alright, to be fair, That's also a D&D concept, so I won't get any case for it. Alright, remove from the game all dragon characters from your deck and give your opponent 2 battle rewards. If you remove from the game 5 or more dragon character cards, move this strategy card onto your field as a 9/9 dragon. Healthy and injured. Turn count 5. Okay, so this is the kind of boss monster I was looking for. So basically, it's Nine-Tailed Fox. It even has the effect of giving your opponent 2 battle rewards, but it just comes out 4 turns earlier. Again, I'm gonna say it. It's a really good card, but with the amount of damage that's floating around in the game, and with how easy it is to play around boss monsters, I don't know that it's that amazing in comparison to everything else. It's a really cool card. I want to be more excited for it, but I think there's too much damage to be that excited over a boss monster like this. It either needs protection or it needs to enable some kind of control effects to really be that that decent from what I've seen. Okay, Drag Inked Promise. This is like the most anime card that I've ever seen in my life. Move up to X cards from your opponent's discard pile to their essence. Draw 1 card. Then distribute X number of +1/+1 coins to the target. Okay. So, hypothetically, you can give up... Okay, so hypothetically, you can put any number of cards you want from your opponent's discard pile into their essence, and in return, you get double that in power, because 2 of your characters get a +1/+1 bonus for every card you move. So if you move 5, you're getting 10 power. I really like the way that that's designed, actually. I'm a big fan of that card. I enjoy that because if you're going to fill up your opponent's essence area, then either you need to find a creative way to then get rid of your opponent's essence, or you need to be prepared for what your opponent can now do with that essence that you gave them. So, for example, if you choose to give your opponent back 6 essence, and you know what kind of deck your opponent's running, then you have a fairly decent sort of playback opportunity here, in that you know basically what types of abilities your opponent's going to have access to. I'm a big fan of this card. I think this is a really cool card. Alrighty, guys. Last one. Drag Inked Camouflage. The target is 1 character card in your essence. The target gains Camouflage plus Sea Monster to make it a Sea Monster target. Very nice. Until the card is moved to the discard pile. If the target is a Drag Inked character, you may move this card back to your hands. I mean, it feels a little... Because of how this card works, the wording confuses me. Because this card doesn't have a hand cost. And if you target a Drag Inked character, it moves back to your hand. So, logic states that if you have multiple Drag Inked characters in your essence, you're just going to drop... No, never mind. Hold on. Nope, never mind. I take back everything I said, okay? This last 4.5 hours has made me delirious, and I was about to make myself sound like a complete newbie. I take back everything. Okay. This is a really well-designed card. Because you can use a card that puts characters into your essence, and then immediately camouflage them so that they can come out into play. And then, since this card goes back to your hand, you can use it as a hand cost, or you can do it again next turn. Okay. I'm a fan. Still don't like the Drag Inked cards in general. But I can see their strategy a lot better now that I've seen more of their cards. And that's it. Need a drink. Alrighty, guys. So here's the deal. I have an absolutely fantastic looking thunderstorm outside to enjoy. So I'm going to go do that and give my voice a bit of a rest. Thank you so much for sticking with me this long, everybody who was here. And if you managed to sit through this video on my channel, you're a real one. Make sure to leave a comment letting me know that you were able to make it this far. In fact, leave me a comment telling me what your favorite card from the set was. That's going to do it for me, though. I've been doing this for way too long. I need to go do something else for a little while. I will see you guys next time. Hopefully, I encouraged you guys to go and check out this game. And hopefully, we will get the chance to play each other on Tabletop Simulator sometime. All right. Take care.